to Testing Ground 6 here on this Friday night. It's always good to see some Splatoon action to cap off a busy week. My name is JPEG, joined by Kraken Mare. How you doing, Kraken?
I'm doing great, JPEG. How are you tonight?
I'm good. I'm really looking forward to seeing Testing Grounds. I always like the Testing Grounds format. You go to Swiss, top cut. It's like competitive. It's just a good time to get some practice in, especially before the NA Open tomorrow.
Oh yeah, NA Open is tomorrow. You know, no one lets me play into it. My work always says, haha, guess what? You gotta work. So,
yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna hop right into Rainmaker on Black Belly Skate Park. It's gonna be a fun one. Very back and forth, very quick match. Potentially a quick KO here in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, seeing Midnight versus Rising Wave gonna quickly start off our Swiss round of Testing Grounds, which should last 5 rounds.
All right, wow, we see a squeezer here from Morsa, and we already have a DC from Tug. We'll see if both teams play out or if they are going to knock out. Looks like we have a quick knockout from Rising Wave, so this game will not count. Oh, and you, good God.
Come on, dude, you got it.
Your entire team
had one job.
We got payback. All right, we'll be hopping back into Rainmaker on Black Belly Skate Park here in just a second. But what do you think is the biggest key position here on this map, JPEG?
This map is what always stands out to this map is that it's like always so long, and like ranged weapons are kind of a key pick here. So in terms of positioning, what you see is a lot of rays actually. I remember. What was it? It was at the FT1 Starburst Tassel match I actually watched. The teams ran rays. They were just rays non-stop. And I think we're just going to see that on this map. That's always what stands out to me.
I think we had, one ray weapon, I believe, on the side of Rising Wave. I think they had a CJS, if I ain't mistaken. We'll see here in just about 5 seconds. As soon as we go through this beginning screen again. Yes, they do have. It was on the side of Midnight that had the CJS. So yeah, we do have one ray on this side. You see Rising Wave quickly going to that, getting that pop again here. Cam going to sneak through the old zone. We see that ray come out instantly.
Yeah, especially on this map where, again, it's just such a long map. Ray can be super powerful. And I do have concerns on Rising Wave's comp. And, I'm not the type of guy to be so negative against comps, but especially against a ray weapon on this map, I think Midnight's comp may have the upper hand. But we do see Rising Wave. Yeah. They're all pushed up.
Down. Morsa, though, look at on the wall, getting behind members of Midnight, but unfortunately Rhythm spotting him and taking him out. 1 minute down in this first match. Not too much movement though. Not too surprising given that both teams here are going down about 1 for 1 so far. Every time one team gets another, they get kicked in advance, which is, that's alright. And we finally see a breakaway from Midnight. Midnight pushing forward. Nova here with those flat bombs trying to take down enemy team members, and fortunately in the end the bubbles are going to come out from Morsa and getting multiple picks themselves. So good play there by Rising Wave, keeping it to just 30 points remaining on the counter.
Yeah, you see Rising Wave, they definitely have a good comp to move quickly, get a lot of ink on the ground, and get picks. And see here, they're about to make another push if they can just get enough of these key picks in. They keep going left, and that ray is making it very tough for them to take that option. Midnight.
This CJS with those rays, they just get them so fast, and the way that Rising Wave is painting, which is good on them, it just leaves a lot of paint for them, the CJS, to just paint over and get another ray, and get another ray, and get another ray. Consistent rays. This time, though, he has the Rainmaker, so no ray coming out of that CJS now. So he is going to get a couple picks with the Rainmaker, so who needs ray when you have a Rainmaker? Probably not.
Seeing a lot of the same thing just keeps happening in this match, at least in the first half. Both teams pushed twice in the same spot. Same thing has happened. But Midnight here still hanging on to the lead. 30 points, pretty strong lead still. But I don't doubt that Rising Wave could make a substantial push if they can get that Ray out of their way.
Yeah, that's honestly, I think, the big key. You kind of mentioned beforehand how key Ray is, and we've just seen so far that every single push from Rising Wave just been absolutely denied, almost single-handedly by the Ray. Almost single-handedly. So if they can get him down, they'll have an opportunity here. Nova and Tenta, the last two remaining on Midnight, trying to push up in a 4v2 situation. We do see some jump-ins on the side of Midnight. It might give them a chance to get something out of this push. Right now, though, just kind of stalling, which is a very, very good option here on this map when you've been doing such great defense as the side of Midnight has been. We see them finally getting a breakaway. 3 down, or 3 up on each side.
Wow.
Then there goes 3 down for Midnight, and that will be the end of this push here. Rising Wave got to try to find a little bit of an opening here. Finally, you see how fast that CJS's counter is going up. Already back to Ray, and he could pop it right now and probably get him in this in the close here. In the half pipe. And we see it come out finally. Two off that Ray. It's like,
yeah, and the thing I'm noticing about Rising Waves, they keep sticking together so close, so that Ray just absolutely shreds them apart. You see Morsa in the mid there, not really noticing the pushing the Rainmaker on the back. And what's key here is that there's a minute left on the clock. Rainmaker has 49 seconds left. They could probably stick around here and just camp out for the rest of the match if they play the cards right.
I think at the end, though, they're going to want to try to get a little bit of a push here, because just what happened there. You kind of get pinned in that little corner, and on this map, the game can swap so quickly. But smartly, we see a Ray ready again on the side of Midnight, rushing forward in the Ray again. Stops the push, gets 2, attempting to get 3, weakening Rising Wave. Nova just going to defend here, the Rainmaker. We also see multiple members of Midnight just going to defend that Rainmaker, try to give it back in mid, and just give their CGS, again, another chance to build Ray, already up to 40, 50. They are 2 down, though, so they can't really push forward and get too much of that paint. But CJS knows they just have to play smart. They'll get an opportunity to build up Ray. Inkjet trying to come out and deny the Ray. One last push, more so with the Rainmaker. And here comes the Ray! Going to get the Rainmaker in the end. Wow.
Yeah, that's such a hard playstyle to counter. You'd have to push your team up so far just to get a pick off that CJS and then push up the Rainmaker. It's a really tricky balancing act. So really what most teams would do is just, if you can't beat them, join them and play another Ray. Have a Ray on their team. So
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Ray coming out. But maybe not for this next match. Clamblitz Wahoo, it's not really the best for Ray. It's not impossible, but with how vertical this map is compared to some other ones, you know, you can quickly get up and down out of the way of Ray. So I don't think that'll be happening here in this future one.
Yeah, unlike other specials, Ray puts you out of position, which is probably its biggest flaw. So when you're trying to have your entire team push up and get into the enemy's basket, you really want all members there. So I think something like what Rising Wave had, their very aggro comp that we saw in the last game, could work here. So I don't really expect them to change it all that much.
Yes, definitely here. Both teams getting ready. Midnight versus Rising Wave. Midnight already up 1 in this set, and we'll see if Rising Wave can turn this back around in this set and go ahead and get a victory. You know, every set and every game matters. So even if you don't end up winning the entire set, if you can get those games, they will help you tremendously down the line in those tiebreakers. So every game matters. That's why we play a play all here at Testing Grounds. Every game matters, and it's good to just get some good practice in. So finally here, starting here with Clamblitz on Wahoo World. Alrighty. We do see We do see a bamboo come out here. I think that's the better option compared to something like a CGS or even a traditional sniper. You know, it does have a little bit of that range while having that great mobility that you just don't see in other snipers. You know, and even with what Nintendo did with the moving and holding charge, that this or those changes just don't quite match up to what something like a bamboo or a Swiffer can do.
Yeah, I've seen Rising Wave. Rising Wave already getting a power climb early on. 30 seconds into the match. It's something worth mentioning. Now Midnight just has theirs, so now we're kind of gonna see a standstill here in mid as both teams try to get that mid control. Looks like Midnight getting the upper hand here, using all their specials to make that first push of the game within the first minute. Very impressive.
Very crucial to get those early points. The big thing is, though, can they make this a bigger push? We do see the bamboo are coming in with some flams. You know, not the greatest push in the world. Definitely a pretty beatable push. But forcing those bubbles to come out early there from the Swiffer is absolutely crucial. And then even punishing the Swiffer. 3 members going down on the side of Rising Wave. What a great play by Tug there. You know, as much as their team were unable to score a ton of points, it really denied the other team from getting control of mid. And honestly, that puts them in another position to score very soon. So very well played there on the side of Tug, getting 3 members of Rising Wave down. Cam with the Inkjet, trying to push forward, take control of mid, but just does not have that team support right now. You see multiple members trying to use flanks here. Very crucial to use the top and bottom of this map. We see Midnight mostly on the top right now, and we kind of see Rising Wave on the bottom.
Yeah,
if you can get control of both, absolutely deny the other team from doing anything.
Yeah, and it's really smart because a lot of people like fixate on going above the top, but no one really thinks to go below. And Rising Wave, I think they can pull a pretty sneaky push here if they can get some key flanks here. Looking like Midnight's trying to defend their basket.
Rising Wave, you're getting a score. Getting a score, but getting denied follow-up clams. Just one small clam in on the side of Rising Wave. Very good job there by Midnight to deny any additional follow-up. What a great play there. The bubbles came in, they look good, they get the jump in. When you're unable to follow up, you're not going to be able to take those great leads that you may see from teams like FT winning and whatnot that we saw, you know, in SOS and previous TGs, where they just come in, they get a massive amount of points because they just have all these plans ready, and including some additional power clamps potentially. We see here finally Midnight getting some follow-up, getting some men down. We see just one member of Rising Wave up, having those bubbles, and they're going to push in. Morsa going to take down one, I believe, of those bubbles. Yep, end up getting 1, 2 actually, but at the end, Midnight getting it down to 13 remaining. What a huge push there on the side of Midnight.
Yeah, especially with 1 minute, just over 1 minute left. Rising Wave is going to have a very tough time getting the lead here if they do. They're going to want to maybe learn from their past pushes and start using the specials a little more smart. Well, first of all, they need to get mid control because it looks like Midnight's already back at their basket. With 1 minute left, I mean, Midnight kind of just flipped the switch here. Now they're suddenly playing super aggressive.
I think with the way that Rising Wave's playing aggressive against them is a great option. They're kind of playing a little slow. You know, their comps are all midliners, which, you know, is a pretty viable strat, but they're kind of more of those slow midliners. There are some midliners that are quite fast, that move quite quickly. You know, things like the Nautilus do that, you know, on the side that Rising Wave have. But, you know, I don't think they're utilizing quite as well as they could. You know, but they have shown some flashes of that. They definitely have. And we see them starting to push up here on the bottom, using that bottom as we thought they might. We see them also using the top. Very well done here by Rising Wave. Unable to push up. Penta doing very well, getting it. Another one down for Midnight. Seeing that jump, they're going to camp that jump. No jumping in for the Rising Wave member, Cam. Oh, we see Bubbles. Is Morsa back there still? We might have someone creeping in the back. I don't believe so. I believe they have jumped out. but they will have about 20 seconds of overtime if Midnight does not score before Rising Wave does. Lots of points.
I mean, Rising Wave doesn't have their
members
special.
down.
Oh, 2 down on each side, but Midnight has the baller here, which is going to slow him down probably enough to, enough for overtime to run out.
So Midnight, in the end, will be taking this set, but we will be playing that Game 3 here in a Play All 3 that TG has. You know, it's all about getting those games in. That's what testing rounds is all about. Getting those games in, getting that experience, trying out some new stuff in a good, nice tournament format. You know, it's a great opportunity. You don't always have that. You know, especially when you have something large like the NA Open coming up tomorrow, for that matter, you definitely want to get those practice runs in right beforehand. And TG fell right into that perfectly.
If you're newer to the community, a lot of people newer tend to fixate on the fact that like you have to win tournaments, but no, a lot of people should understand that like tournaments are a great place to find scrim partners and finding teams that are kind of around your skill range that you can practice with. So a tournament like Testing Grounds with the Swiss format and the Play All 3 is a great place to get experience in that regard. But next up, we are looking at Splat Zone's Piranha Pit. Going to be a nice set to cap off this round 1 of Play All 3 Swiss. So what I'm trying to say is like Splat Zones is kind of a very different mode compared to Rainmaker and Clan Blitz. So we're gonna see a lot less kind of map pushing pushes.
Yeah, I think definitely we'll kind of see how that's going to go. I believe the way that Rising Wave is playing, I think it's going to benefit them the most. If they can get in, I think they're going to be able to hold. You know, while Midnight can play a little more aggressively, I think it's a little more risky on mode like zones. You know, playing aggressively can work if you can get far enough up, but the big thing is you can't really hold. While the way Rising Wave's been kind of playing, if they can get in somewhere, they've been able to hold decently well. So we'll see if that pans out. So far, though, Midnight does take the early lead, getting both zones here within the first 10 seconds or so. Already down to 80-ish remaining. So Rising Wave here, big thing, just take control of that your zone. You don't have to rush. You don't have to fight to get that zone back. But man, the amount of rays already coming out from Midnight is relentless. Penta just popping so many rays so early in this match, giving Midnight the upper hand so far in this set. Down to 50 remaining here for Midnight, trying to secure a quick KO in this set, trying to go 3-0 in this set. Just 25 remaining on the timer. Man, what a dominating performance by Midnight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we saw this Ray in the first game of the set, and it made sense for Rainmaker. So, you know, when I think Splat Zone's Piranha Pit, I don't really think Ray would be the best option, but here they're proving me otherwise. Getting 3 down already inside of Rising Wave, and that's gonna crack them with the 3-0.
Yeah. Delayed wipe there right at the end, that just solidified that game for Midnight. You know, I kind of talked about at the beginning, you know, it might play into Rising Wave's favor, but if you just shred everyone, going in fast works, and that's what Midnight did there. Spectacularly destroying Rising Wave right off the bat. That quick 2-ray just absolutely throws everyone off. Something you're not expecting that quick. And it is a decent option on this map if the enemy team is kind of in that area by the bump, since it isn't too much elevated, and if they try to get away with you by going into the useless while they're in useless, so there's not much defense they can put up there, or they have to jump back to spawn, which very much puts them all out of play. So the Ray there came out very crucially, and you could see, especially that first one, that they got picks in that bump, and then the second one, trying to avoid it, Rising Wave had to jump out or go into useless. So very great plays there by Midnight and great raise specifically there by Tenta.
Yeah, absolutely. And both teams played incredibly well, despite being a 3-0. A lot of these games were fairly close. Rising Wave definitely had the potential to knock out a couple of these games, but maybe next time. Love to see both these teams continuously support our events. So we'll see them next time.
Yeah, Rising Wave, excuse me. That we have seen them do some very, very spectacular games. Never count them out. Just this set was not their set. I think they just got countered perfectly there by Midnight. And Midnight's also a very strong team on top of that. So if you kind of have that counter on top of facing a good team, sometimes it just isn't your luck. So they are not out. Of course, this is a Swiss format, so they are guaranteed another 4 rounds of play. And that's, again, the great thing about the way TG is set up. Play all 3, and on top of that, you have a Swiss format, so you're guaranteed multiple sets. It's not a 1 and done or a 2 and done sort of situation if you're having a rough night. It's about learning and getting ready for those big tournaments like the NA Open and some other things in the future.
Yeah, with that, we're going to take a short break while we prep round 2. Shouldn't be too long, so stick with us, and we'll be right back. we are back with round 2 of Testing Grounds 6. Watching Blame Crim, he told me about this 15 minutes ago, versus Nectar. I think we're going to shorten down that team name to Blame Crim. It's a little squished on stream, it's fine.
Blame Crim, he told me about this 15 minutes ago. You know, clearly they are warmed up and ready to go in this tournament. So, I believe they have a round 1 victory, and they are going to be facing a Nectar here, who also, I believe, has a round 1 victory. But again, you know, this tournament isn't just purely about wins. It's about getting yourself prepared in a tournament format. But it is about winning too. Who doesn't like to win? You know, we all love winning.
Winning's fun, but you know, it's all about the friends we made along the way.
Exactly. High five, JPEG.
High five. That was awful. Let's never do that again as we get into Tower Control Manta Maria. But really, I mean, start off Tower Control Manta Maria. What screams this map to me is heavy remix, but no, we're seeing no backliners here, so I'm gonna stop that segue and start talking about how aggressive this match is going to be. No backliners on each side. This is gonna be chaos.
Yeah, definitely, but I really think that Dynamo is going to somewhat act as a backliner for the side of Blame Crim. He told me about this 15 minutes ago. That will be acting like a backliner for that side. Smartly here, I believe it is nope, it is Booyah Bomb? Yes. Booyah Bomb. Dynamo.
Speaking of Booyah Bomb, seeing both missiles and Booyah Bomb giving Blame Crim a very strong start.
You know, it's a great option to have. When you have both of those, you can kind of just clear out an area. And we do see one member of Nectar trying to get behind, but being spotted, going down to 2 members of Blame Crim here. Blame Crim doing very well, already pushing this tower to the second checkpoint, going to get past the second checkpoint. Acidity here trying to find a way to deny them any more points. But Booyah Bomb and shots just raining over the wall, denying Acidity from moving forward. But finally, Nectar able to stop this push down to 28 remaining. What a massive push here to start in the first minute by Blame.
Yeah, but not to underestimate Nectar, full of great players here, and now they have a lot of things that they can get with the specials they need to make a substantial push, and you're seeing quite a few picks going back and forth in the bunker on the side of Blame Crim. That Booyah Bomb's going to stop the tower for a little bit, but looks like Nectar on track to make a pretty slow push here. But they are getting the picks they need to keep that mid control in.
Hugely, just taking control, going slow. Tower control is one of those modes that you can kind of move slow. You got to move up ahead of the tower and getting control of those key points. You know, top left when you're pushing is very key on this one. And then the next key point is probably the street. If you can control those 2 points, you're either going to be able to take the first 2 checkpoints. Well, maybe not the second one so much, it's easy, but you can definitely have a good shot at getting it. And that's what we saw Blame Crim here do at the beginning. And we'll see if Nectar can finally answer. After they can deny it here, Blame Crim from this push here, because they are already pushing again.
Yeah, and we saw the overhead view a couple seconds ago, and I just want to mention Blame Crim's map control is absolutely phenomenal. This is what you need to do for a map mode like this. Really, it's just a golden rule in comp in general. You want that map control before anything else, and Blame Crim has it under control. You can see here, not a lot of movement available on the side of Nectar, and that's going to give them the KO.
I think the biggest reason that we really saw that map control difference, if you look at the weapons that each side had, Blame Crim, he told me about this 15 minutes ago, had massive painters on their team. They had a tri-slosher, they had a mini. You know, Dynamo can definitely paint an area pretty well, pretty quickly. Well, you had a 52 gal, a machine on the other side. Not the best painters in the world. They're not the worst, but they're definitely not the best painters when you're trying to take a lot of map very quickly. I think that's what really held Nectar back here in this one. We'll see if they're able to respond here going into our next map, which will be happening here in just a moment on Rainmaker Snapper Canal, I believe.
I do want to mention one thing I noticed in that last game, what started that first initial push that kept them in the lead for the whole game was that Booyah Bomb and the missiles they were constantly using. Two specials that are really good at moving the opponents. They don't necessarily kill anyone, but they'll get people out of position, which allows you to, in return, get a further push, or rather, get people out of position, which allows you to push forward. So I think that kind of playstyle needs to continue by Blame Crim. It's something I really like seeing unfold.
And here we go into Rainmaker Snapper Canal. I think one of the big keys here, don't worry about the Rainmaker to start this match. Just take control of the map. If the other team starts pushing it, worry about it. But honestly, the biggest thing here, just don't worry about the Rainmaker. Get those map control. It was so key in that last game, and it's just key in every game. And with the way the Rainmaker is, it doesn't paint any map. At worst, it just takes down an opponent, or at best, it takes down an opponent. And most people do tend to avoid it or know how to get away from it fast enough for it to pop. So we can see that we didn't get any kills here first, but we see that Blame Crim has an opening down the middle. They did get early picks. Lychee getting another one. And we look at that opening. Just 2 defenders versus 4 players moving forward with the Rainmaker here. Ray comes out. Down to 29 remaining for the side of Blame Crim. You told me about this 15 minutes ago. Lychee and others in the base of Nectar. Nectar trying to do everything they can to get some momentum here. Able to stop the Rainmaker from going any further and getting another member down. But a great play there, denying the Rainmaker from going any further. Just stayed right about 29 remaining. We'll see if Blame Crim can sneak in a little bit here.
Yeah, and around 29 is kind of the sweet spot for this map. You can see next to that ramp. Oh, really good double there. But you can see next to that ramp, a really hard spot to get past. So on the other side of Nectar, it's gonna be a hard time pushing past that ramp. So I think Blame Crim is in a pretty good spot.
They doing great here. They're really keeping that map control, as we kind of talked about prior to this match. They're keeping that map control on top of getting those picks.
Okay.
What a fantastic fast push there by Blame Crim. He told me about this 15 minutes ago. The entire team, they pushed up thoroughly into Nectar's base. They got 3 down, and the last one was respawning, so they just pushed her right up that ramp. Something that is kind of hard to do in Rainmaker, and they managed to do successfully, is they kind of stalled it in their forward position in their favor. They were unable to consistently push, so they waited their timeout, find their opening, and pushed it forward. And they pushed it forward for the KO here, securing themselves the set victory. Does not secure, though, that they're going to have a 3-0. We still have Clam Blitz on New Albacore Hotel coming up here in this third game. This set is a play all 3, so we will see a third match here in the set.
Yeah, and I love that playstyle we saw where that KO was so sneaky that even the overhead view couldn't catch it. And I think on a map and mode like Clam Blitz, where things can kind of spiral out of control for Clam Blitz, so I'm really interested to see if the same thing will happen here. Something with Rainmaker, where it's just a linear objective where you just carry it to the goal. Clam Blitz requires the team effort, so it's always really interesting to see teams play Clam Blitz because you kind of see them at their best.
Yeah, you have to be at your best with Clam Blitz. It is, out of all modes in this game, the most team-oriented. So you really need your team. Even if you kind of do the quick pushes with just power claims, you still have to be coordinated as a team enough to jump in properly. And if you can't do that, we have seen many times throughout history, not just in IPL tournaments, where people miss balls, they miss jumping, and then it costs them the game. Those quick pushes aren't quite team-oriented, but when you can push up as a team, score multiple clams, like we saw in our last set there on Wahoo, it was a great job there by Midnight in one of those pushes, really pushing up and holding that basket open for a long time. That is the height of Splatoon teamwork right there. You have to have that going to really be able to consistently push that well. You can have one great player, maybe even 2 great players there, but you need 3 or 4 working together well for that to show up. And right now we see both teams having 2 down here in the first 30 seconds. So a pretty neutral start here, though it does look like Crim does have a slight advantage, but that is going to start to drain here. Oh, with all members of Crim going down there for a second at least. So Nectar trying to push in, slowly taking that map control here in mid. Acidity and the rest of his team just kind of chilling around that middle. But look how spread out that Crim is compared to Nectar right now. They're coming from multiple different angles, but the biggest thing is when they're kind of pushing up, they're pushing as a unit.
Yeah, and that's something I was about to say. Before a push, they're kind of all scattered around, but that kind of provides a distraction where you can provide an opening. Because Nectar, you saw him in that one spot around mid, and that allows multiple Crim members to kind of take different angles, but when it comes time to push, they all came together at once and got their score down to 65, which is pretty strong in the first half of the match.
What a great job here, and we see the Dynamo's strength right here, using its range to his advantage, taking chip damage, and then anybody pushing up, the tent just says, oh, well, you're already weak. Done. Great job there by the tent. On top of that, what a great support weapon here, especially on this right side where the map is pretty thin. The tent is about as wide as that area is, and just absolutely getting their team in. Unfortunately, they weren't able to follow up quite as well as they did in the first one, but still able to score those points and still keep a forward stance here on Nectar. Nectar unable to get out of their spawn.
Yeah, what I'm noticing is that this tent player from Crim has just been in their base like almost this whole game. You see this tent, and I forgot another weapon. Was it the Dynamo? It's just been in that spot this whole game, providing distractions for Nectar. But it looks like Nectar finally, about halfway through this game, getting that mid control that they need to initiate a push.
You know, we saw the tent actually fall in the water here. Some of you might think that was on accident. I don't think it was, because there is an actual practical way to go about falling in the water or falling off the map. You respawn quicker if you do that. And I think that tent knew they were going down, because you kind of see them almost purposely fall. What a hammer throw there! The hammer snipe. Excuse me there, but kind of falling off the map, you get that slightly quicker respawn, which can benefit you in a situation where you're already going to go down. You know, it isn't always practical, but something to think about as you in certain situations like that where the tent was just pointed by 2 members of the team.
Yeah, really good picks by the ball point there. I was about to mention, it's really hard to fight a tent, but that ball point seems to have nailed the art of fighting a tent player. However, just goes down there, allowing this mini to pretty close to building a power flame, trying to keep that mid control. Nectar gonna get that 2v1 off them, and maybe hold on to that mid control a little longer. Maybe they can finally initiate a push with just over 1 minute. That tent's already back though, gonna cause problems. Oh,
Acidity says no to that, getting the double, and what a huge play by Acidity. 3 members down of Crim. They're going to have an opportunity here to score. Nectar going to get all the clams they can, going back to the power plant, unable to score. They do end up scoring at the end, but I don't think they're gonna power plant, but that will be the lead for Nectar. A little bit of teamwork there, just enough to get it done. Watching that map, getting that opening when they could. They just a very small lead, but it is a lead nonetheless. Crim just has to score, and we see them jumping already on that right side. That tent, they're going to be a huge nuisance for Nectar, and here they move forward, but not going to get anything with that hammer.
Yeah, you can see this playstyle shift. The second they lost the lead, they're immediately getting into Nectar's base and trying desperately to get that lead back. Looks like they're set with these 2 power clams. All they need to do is just stay alive. Oh, I think one of them fell in the water. Unfortunate.
Yeah, we had 2. Both of the ball carriers did end up going down here on the side of Crim, and neither ball will be saved. This might be the end for Crim. They have to make a ball here in the next 3 seconds, and that was most of their clams. It looks like this game will end up going to Nectar. So very key here. Nectar losing the set, but able to take a game which may affect them down the line when it comes to tiebreakers. Very good job there by Nectar, taking that game, not letting the set just, completely get away from them. So great job there by Acidity. Had some great plays to give their team an advantage and took advantage of it.
The great plays by both teams, both very talented teams here. Nectar and Blame Crim saw a lot of great plays from everyone here, especially that tent in the last game. I was very impressed with that tent being a constant nuisance, really thinking ahead with that intentional death. If it was intentional, it was still really key there. So
we're gonna say it was, because I genuinely think it was. That's one of those instances. It doesn't look like an accidental fall. It does look like they ran forward past and jumped forward in past their shield, avoiding 2 bombs that hit the back of their shield. And instead of dying to the bomb,
it's
in the
just
water.
Stuff like that. Like, you just learn so much by watching the game, and I think that's super underrated because everyone's always like, play the game and you'll get better. I think watching helps a lot too. So you can just learn a lot from what other people do. With that, we're gonna prep round 3. I think round 3 is almost ready, so it shouldn't be too long. But until then, we're gonna take a short break, and we'll see you then. And we're back with round 3 of Testing Grounds. Round 3 Swiss, I should specify. Again, going to be looking at West Broadway Grillers versus ZZZ. I do want to make a quick shout out. West Broadway Grillers is a team participating in our upcoming invitational High Ink. So High Ink is a invitational featuring low ink winners from these past 2 years that we've been running low ink. So definitely want to be checking out the stream on December 12th. Looking forward to High Ink Unfold.
It'll be right here on this channel on December 12th at 1 p.m. Eastern and 6 p.m. UTC. So, what do you think about that splat zones on Sturgeon Shipyard? What is the most important part of that map, Mr. Jason?
Oh, well, for a team like West Broadway Grillers, which I'm familiar with, I'm not too familiar with the other teams, ZZZ. I know they're going to be running a backline or possibly a Hydra. You're going to be seeing the backline definitely utilize those prime locations to keep that zone in check. Otherwise, pretty usual map. With nothing special else to say, at least in my perspective.
Yeah, you know, we'll see here what they're gonna do as this battle is beginning right now. I'm just going through our usual loading screen. So splat zones on Sturgeon Shipyard, a very more unique map. You know, kind of going upward map. Well, a lot of these ones tend to be either flat or kind of even downward. So, you know, seeing this map design is kind of nice. I'd love to see a, you know, it's a little late now, but silver arrow spray for this map. The curling bomb rush is a great option for this map. But as we see, we do see that Hydra that you called out on this one. You were pushing up quickly though with the sniper rifle, trying to take control of the zone while the Hydra is firing from the grate. You know, a great position for the Hydra or the sniper from either team for that matter. And right now ZZZ has a nice 25-point lead in this match. But West Broadway Grillers able to take back the map pretty quickly after getting a couple down. So great start there by both teams, both asserting themselves for at least part of this first minute.
Yeah, fishing out that person who's sharking there, very impressive. I thought that person was going to cause problems. West Broadway Grillers, you can definitely tell their comms are on point. They call out every little thing that happens and they respond accordingly. And that's going to give them the lead right here. Going to take out the sniper and going to keep the zone for a little longer, especially with that bomb rush going to help them out. Yeah, West Broadway Grillers definitely showing a lot of dominance here, especially with that double there, and Debbie being on the back. This is a very backline friendly map. Going to,
it really is. These grates are so useful. If you get up there, you absolutely dominate. And even in zone, it's such an up high position that they can just shoot down on a lot of the enemy. But in the end, they're going to get cleaned up here. No, the Hydra does stay alive, but kind of gets pushed back there by that Flimza. Able to paint a lot of that. That's one of the great things about Flimza. It paints really well. It isn't the strongest as you see. It takes 3 or 4 flicks to take somebody at range, which is a little bit more than, say, the other rollers. It's just not very great at any range whatsoever. It's a little bit weaker in terms of damage, but either way, it puts down a ton of paint, and you can just see how fast it was painting that map and kind of pushing back West Broadway Grillers here, who have a little, I would say, a little less paint than ZZZ. But so far, though, they have a nice lead right now. What do you think about the way that West Broadway Grillers is playing right now?
Right now, when they were definitely, when the paint control was in their favor, they were doing a great job. But right now, you can see them slowly but surely getting that control back. They're doing a good job picking the opponents they need to. You see, they take out the sniper first, and then you can safely push up that zone check. And right now, they're staying by the zone because they don't have very many points remaining. But they definitely know their priorities.
Yeah, that's what happens when you've been a team so long. West Broadway Grillers has been a team for a very long time. We've been able to see them grow here, not necessarily just with IPL, but prior to IPL through our flagship tournament. You know, Low Ink has been going on now for over 2 years. Get to watch West Broadway start off as one of the lower teams and making their way up through the ranks, but we see them just holding the zone. This will be a KO for West Broadway Grillers. A dominant performance there, but absolutely holding those zones, getting those mined in those zones, having team members position multiple positions around the zone, preventing flanks. A really well done and well coordinated job there by West Broadway Grillers. You can see that they didn't really slay the opponents. That wasn't their goal. Their goal was to just kind of keep them back and just paint the zone, and that's all you need to do to win, and that shows that.
Yeah, we saw a lot of potential from ZZZ too. You see a couple times in that last game where they were definitely dominant with the objective capture and the paint control, but West Broadway was doing a good job just turning it around just in time to secure that KO. So I'm interested to see how they'll play on something like Tower Control the Reef. This is a very unique map mode where the tower doesn't really go in a straight line. It kind of lingers around mid for a bit. So, especially with that mid bridge, both those backliners are going to play a key role again. I'm looking forward to seeing the picks we'll see here.
I think right now, with the way that West Broadway Grillers are playing, and they played in that last map, I think the way their comps are built benefit them in all three of these matches. The next one is Rainmaker Humpback. I'm not going to talk about too much about it, but the way that one is built, just like the Tower Control, the Reef, and Sturgeon Shipyard zones, they are all built for that kind of slower pace comp, and that's what West Broadway kind of had in that last one. You push up kind of slower, but get in and hold it, and that's something that's going to be key here on Tower Control of the Reef. One of the great places you need to hold it. You got to hold that alley to really be able to take that second checkpoint, and that third checkpoint for that matter. But taking that second checkpoint is usually kind of the dagger in getting that game. So if you can hold that alley, it kind of takes down any sort of flank options that the enemy has. And so I really think that we're going to see that being the key here, and there'll be at least one member of each team trying to control that alleyway. If they can hold that, that's a great way while you're pushing to get that tower past that checkpoint. And we do see Ray from both sides, a very good option here on tower control. It's easy to just deny the tower from pushing on these long checkpoints.
Yeah, and I think Ray is going to change the overall kind of play style of everyone in this game. Ray just makes everyone want to play either a lot more careful, or, you know, when I'm playing against a Ray, what I like to do is try to bait out the Ray. So, like, you get on tower briefly, they'll pop the Ray, and then you just get off. You do a lot of interesting strats when it comes to trying to get that Ray out.
We see West Broadway Grillers already pushing that tower, trying to get that tower past the checkpoint, but I don't think they realize how close it is. At that point, you really just want to get on that tower and just get that checkpoint and then hop off. But it looks like in the end, they kind of set themselves up in a position to still get that checkpoint, getting 2 down. Great Ray there by Devi, countering the sniper's Ray of ZZZ, and getting 2 down. And now they are into that second checkpoint. If they can get this checkpoint, that is going to be huge here in the first minute and 15 seconds. They already have 2 checkpoints. Great plays here by West Broadway Grillers, working on the 3rd checkpoint. What a great push here so early.
Yeah, what stands out to me is the players on West Broadway are so good at just not dying. If they can just stay in ZZZ spawn until past that second checkpoint, they were just in there for that whole time, getting the key picks, but playing it safe, not dying. That's probably the most important thing.
Yeah, you can't really push forward if the enemy, even if the enemy team's playing a little more cautious. You can't push forward when 4 of them alive. You're just going to get flanked. And we see what a dominant start here by West Broadway, getting all 3 checkpoints with that. We see that ZZ is trying to answer, able to put some points on the board, but right now they are in a 3v1 situation around that tower, and you just got to jump out. You can't be there, or back up for that matter. Either one at that point, it's a losing situation. Smart play there by the member of ZZZ on the tower, just backing up and coming to fight again here in a few moments.
So it looks like some of the map control on the side of West Broadway is starting to slip a little bit. I hope ZZZ can start to pivot off this, but I mean, see this K shot here on the side of West Broadway doing a really good job with the movement, not dying, getting the picks they need to get, which is super impressive.
We see Reaper here trying to support the tower. That's what all you can do. But right now, the ZZ has not been able to get ahead of the tower. Once they are able to, though, they'll be able to take this first checkpoint. First checkpoint's usually on the easier side. If you can just kind of take the tree area, usually you can take over it. And we've seen a couple times ZZ had control, unable to push the tower. So they have the potential here. Couple specials ready. We see a Ray and a Splashdown ready. Splashdown is going to be great, kind of by that second checkpoint where it's kind of flatter and open. We see a great Ray by Cuber, able to deny Devi's counter Ray this time. We see one member of West Broadway Gorillas on that flank, on both flanks for that matter. I kind of want to talk about that key early. You can see how hard it is to kind of hold that tower, getting attacked from multiple angles, but successfully, ZZZ is able to take control of that second checkpoint. A minute and 15 remaining. The game is getting really close, down to 20 remaining here for ZZZ. And what a deny by Devi. Devi's going to keep it close. And ZZZ is able to take the lead here with just a minute left. Just one member of ZZZ remaining. Down to 11 remaining for ZZZ. West Broadway Grillers now has to push with just a minute remaining, and they have to score 7 points. Luckily for them, they do not have to go through any checkpoints.
Yeah, what we saw there, you saw ZZZ kind of have a playstyle shift there, which is super crucial in comp Splatoon, where you need to be able to adjust to your opponents. And what they did was they saved their specials, they played a little slower and gained their specials, and they utilized it smart move to make that final push. But now all they have to do is defend for these last 30 seconds. But
Tiny able to take one member down of West Broadway Drillers. Missiles coming out from West Broadway, keeping them all pinned together. Armor coming out in retaliation from both sides for that.
Hooray.
Ray out from Devi. Both Rays are out. They're fighting each other over it. Just one member left. Devi on the side of West Broadway Grillers. 7 seconds remaining. They have to fight, and they will go down. That should be the game here for ZZZ. And we have a set going into Game 3 for the set, for that matter. ZZZ versus West Broadway. Very good performance on both sides for this game. Looks like ZZZ has woken up to this set.
Yeah, and like midway through that match, and I'll say it again, the playstyle shift you saw, they really changed it up, and I don't think West Broadway is ready for that. So you gotta be on your toes for that. Next up, though, seeing Rainmaker on Humpbacks, we're gonna see a total shift here. Unlike Spy Zones and Tower Control, where you're waiting for a set timer, the Rainmaker moves as fast as you can, so the faster team will win here. And I think we're gonna see another playstyle shift here on either team.
You know, honestly though, this map also, surprisingly, even though the mode is very fast, this map has such strong choke points, we could see a more defensive style actually win, and I have in the past here. It isn't the best way to succeed in my opinion, but it is very much a viable strat. If you can hold those sides, the other team can't push. So something like a lot of range and a defensive comp can work. But honestly, I think that aggressive push is going to be the best option. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like a remix here on the side of West Broadway Grillers. Maybe even something like a Hydra. I think that one's a little bit out there, but it wouldn't be surprising. That's for sure.
Considering both these teams chose to go Ray on TC Reef, I still think Ray would be the more likely option. However, I would like to see Hydra or Remix. I do love watching both those weapons. But aside from that, both teams, aside from backlines, should be about the same, really. It's been working for both teams. So let's get into this Game 3 to determine the winner.
All right, Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. We do see a Ray come out from ZZZ, and we see that Hydra come out of West Broadway Grillers. Not surprised here with that that range that it has, it can really dominate those sides. So we see a quick pop on the side of West Broadway Grillers. Dynamo coming out for ZZZ, going to be very dominant with the way that this map is designed. Inkjet is out, Armor is out for ZZZ, trying to get a few picks here to be able to push this Rainmaker. And we see them starting to get control of that map here on the side of ZZZ. West Broadway just doing their best to kind of stay alive and prevent any sort of big push this early in the game. You do not want to leave that much momentum this early. And 2 down on the side of ZZZ, getting pushed back. The Rainmaker going backwards, getting chased down. This might be a very bad situation, and it is. Look how far back that Rainmaker is with this. And there's a very good opportunity for West Broadway to have a ton of points, and here it is, down to 40 remaining immediately.
Wow. That's something you definitely got to avoid. You know, the knee-jerk reactions where you're carrying the Rainmaker and you don't really think of stuff like that, but that really hurt CCC, especially with that pick against the Rainmaker where they could just pick it up and get those 3 points.
Very unfortunate for ZZZ. Fortunately for them, they're going to be able to have that Rainmaker reset, and they have a ton of time. They have more than half the game remaining. They just need to calm down, try to get a push going here. If they can get a push going, you know, 34 is not the best you can do on comeback pump back, that's for sure. It is a strong push, but I do think ZZZ can get it going here. But not if 3 members go down. We have a Booyah Bomb from the side of ZZ trying to get the Rainmaker here, but end up going to go down, being shredded by multiple members of West Broadway Grillers. Down to 20 remaining. We see Debbie trying to push hard, not able to get it completely all the way to the goal. And we see Ray come out from keeper, getting 1, weakening the other ones. Cookie going for the push, getting down to 5 remaining, unable to KO, but a very, very good push on the side of West Broadway Grillers, really putting the ball in the other team's court, having to push in this last minute and a half. They've got to push it basically up onto the pedestal to have a chance to win this game. 2 members down on the side of West Broadway Grillers. The Rainmaker is kind of alone though. Well, just got 1 member ahead of him. Going down, it is a 3v1 situation. Rainmaker trying to do the best they can. A big flank here, getting 2 members of West Broadway Grillers, but it's not enough to completely stop it. Cookie going in for the stop. Rainmaker is pinned in. Finally able to get an opening, but did Cookie leave a big enough opening for their team to get in and stop the push from completely KOing them? And it looks like that was successful so far.
Key Dynamo
9 picks
positioning
on this Rainmaker.
This Dynamo is in an absolute key position. I think West Broadway could be a little worried about him, but it looks like they got their Rainmaker just in time. Seeing Yoshi Inkjet here and a Booyah Bomb, possibly going to leave a big enough opening for someone to pick up that Rainmaker and get that KO that they need to win. About 1 minute left on the clock. To see a huge turnaround here if West Broadway can defend just long enough. And I think what they need to do is just get these picks out, because ZZZ is playing very sneakily, seeing a lot of interesting positioning, a lot of flanks here. I think West Broadway just needs to get the map control in check and really scan the whole map. Looks like Cookie there, getting fed up, going to get the Rainmaker out of there. That is not the place you want to be with.
That was a smart place there by Cookie, getting that Rainmaker out of there, away from that pedestal with a minute remaining. That gives them a good opportunity. West Broadway Grillers consistently kind of had that man disadvantage, so this gives them a little room to breathe if they go down 2 or more, say, to ZZZ and they try to push. But right now, they're able to flip the script, and we see 2 members down on ZZZ. And right now, the Rainmaker is going to reset to neutral here with about 35 seconds remaining. I don't know if ZZZ has left himself enough time to really get a good push going. It's definitely not impossible though, and we can see them already starting to creep up. We see specials coming out from their side, trying to get those key picks. If they can get 2 or more down, which they do, they managed to get 2 members down of West Broadway Gorillas. The Ray coming out. If it's possible to get another 1 or 2 down, they might have an opportunity in the last 10 seconds. No! 2 members go down of ZZZ. 5 seconds remaining, just the Dynamo. The Dynamo is going to get 1, but not enough to get this game. This game will go to West Broadway Grillers. In a 2-1, this set goes to them.
And I gotta give credit to Cookie there. There was a clear opening for ZZZ just to go in and get that KO with that raid, but Cookie came in and just started painting. Didn't even go for picks, just started painting, and that stopped them. So you gotta know your priorities, and West Broadway Grillers has it figured out. That's what won them the set.
A fantastic job on the side of West Broadway Grillers, but ZZZ definitely woke up there, starting in that tower control game, especially in that tower control game. And that Rainmaker game was pretty close too. They did pretty well, but in the end, West Broadway Grillers edged them out. Alrighty, just a little notice here for everyone here before we head out. If you are interested in helping out IPL in our production team, and we are also looking for potential future staff for European and Australian, Oceania scene staff members. If you are interested, I have put a form in the chat. If you're interested, feel free to fill out as many times. So if you're interested in a few different positions, we have a link there. Always looking for more members of this great team. Shout out to the team we have here. You guys are the best. Special shout out especially to Inkfarer. He doesn't get the love. He's always in the background doing these streams. He is in here right now. But anyways, I think our time is up here, JPEG.
Yeah, let's pass it over to Siren and Magic for round 4. As they get prepared, we're going to take a short break, and you'll be hearing from them when we're back. So that's Kraken and I signing off. We'll see you next time.
See you soon.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Testing Grounds number 6. Here on the mic, I have Siren. Say hello.
Hello.
And in this round 4 set, in this round 5 Swiss tournament, play L3, we have a pickup of Mom Jeans. Versus...
Mom Jeans isn't a pickup.
It's not a pickup?
It's not a pickup.
Interesting. I'm very outdated.
Yeah, I do believe the Fellowship of Comrades, their opponents, are a pickup, but Mom Jeans themselves are not a pickup. I do believe Muna is a tryout or just a sub, though, but the rest of them, yes, this is an established team.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I was mistaken. So, both these teams are 2-1, if I'm reading the bracket correctly, and this should be a very interesting set. These are players that have a decent amount of repertoire in the community. And we're going to be seeing round 1 on Clamblitz Macomart. What do you expect to see, Siren?
I expect to see Clamblitz on Macomart, which I don't know if that'll make any sense to you, but it makes sense in my mind. It's very it tends to be very back and forth with this specific Clamblitz map. I feel like everyone sort of has a shot to at least score once in this specific map mode. So going into the set mostly blind and not really knowing what to expect from the Fellowship of Comrades, I'm really looking forward to it, actually.
I agree. No, I know exactly what you mean about the back and forth nature of Clamblitz Macomart. It's very easy to reach that basket. So, about to head in. I see a lot of people getting hype in the chat. Thank you all so much for coming and tuning in. We're excited to bring this one to you. Let's see these compositions. Alright. Omega on the patented carbon, and we see Violet on her T-Tech.
Yeah, so looking at like a Fellowship of Comrades does have about half of the members of Cataclysm there, and the rest do seem to be like subs, so it is a bit of a pickup, but there is some of that synergy there remaining from it being a team together. Wolf getting a very early pick on the Tetras, which is going to be great in stopping the momentum of Mom Jeans at the beginning here, but kind of a bit of a stalemate here in the middle. Sakura going to be picking up a lot of clams starting off, and it's not really far from making a clam. In fact, probably going to pick up a few more right now just to get that started.
The other thing that we know about Clamblitz Macomart is that there are a lot of clams very early on in the map that are easy to pick up because the map is so condensed. And as we see 3 down on the side, 4 down on the side of Fellowship of Comrades, there's a lot of clams already being passed around. They're trying to get this score down, and some specials coming out as well.
We do see Muna here taking that back spot, just sort of tossing clams to the people who are more farther up ahead. Of course, Sakura getting that dunk under the basket, but unfortunately going down in a bit of a trade there situation with both juniors.
We see Muna trying to make something happen going in, and it's looking like the return wipe on Mom Jeans right now, as we see a lot of specials online for Fellowship of Comrades. They've got the clams and the pity basket ready because Mom Jeans wasn't able to score that much. I'm sorry. Yes, Mom Jeans wasn't able to score that much. It's going to be very easy to get this basket down. A lot of points scored, but they're not making too much headway yet.
Yeah, of course, getting that second clam in is going to be integral early on. Getting these very early leads can just allow you to play defensively for the rest of the game. And of course, getting out of 48 isn't that great, but it is at least more than halfway through the game itself. So it is going to be a bit of a challenge for Mom Jeans to get back to that. They did struggle with that first push there, only getting the 1 power clam in and nothing else. But of course, now they do have that pity clam on their side, which will give them a chance to gain some more momentum here and perhaps get an even bigger push in a return.
And that was the first push, right? And judging by both of these teams' first pushes, we're going to see Fellowship of Comrades is probably going to have the edge on this team, as we see Mori and Violet going in for a bit of a scrap, 2 going down on the side of Mom Jeans. Oh, but Omega coming in with that baseball bat of a carbon, able to take down Mori and get a lot of those clams off the field and out of the hands of Fellowship of Comrades. A lot of back and forth paint, a lot of back and forth kills, honestly, from both sides. And as we're halfway through this game, I don't see anybody making any clear moves.
Well, we actually are, with the overhead view, we are seeing that Comrades are taking most of the map control to themselves, which is going to allow them to get this second dunk in here, which will open it up for another push. Unfortunately, Boyd's getting pushed back by this rain here from the ball point, but now they really don't need that many clams left to get the knockout. Only 2 players up on that side, but Mori's still under that basket dunking some more clams. So that is going to make it very hard. They only need 4 more, but of course Niche being the only one left on that side, so that's probably going to be the end of that push. But again, making that lead even larger is going to give Mom Jeans a very hard time. With only just 2 minutes about to come back in this game, they are going to have to try and really make a meaningful push at this rate.
They are. It's going to take at least 4 power clams worth of scoring to chuck that lead, right? And to throw Booyah Bombs like that, they're not going to be able to do it very easily. Another player going down, Hoop getting caught in the crossfire, Mori able to flip and slide past the defenses of Mom Jeans, and right now, it's looking like they have all the control.
Yeah, they don't really have a power clam right now, getting out to the position where they would be able to actually make a push, but they really don't need to at this rate. They can kind of just sit under the side of Mom Jeans and just apply pressure for the rest of the game, and they don't really have much penalty to it as long as they kind of stay safe while doing it and backing up when they have to, because like their only risk at this rate in the game is just getting a large push on them, and as long as they're controlling the map, it's going to make it even harder for Mom Jeans to do so.
But we see that armor come out. They've got another one at the ready, able to make their way, kind of brute force their way into enemy ink, getting a couple of picks already. And we see the great coordination from Fellowship of Comrades, using those specials very well. A lot of purple coming back onto the map, and it's needed very quickly. 2 going down on the side of Mom Jeans, and if these 2 clams come in, it's basically going to be curtains for Mom Jeans. But the miss! Roy misses the dunk, but 2 going down on the side of Mom Jeans. Once again, Violet with that inkjet. Last player alive. Not going to be able to seal the deal. And here we come to the last stand.
Violet playing a bit risky here, holding on to 9 clams, which could be just enough for Mom Jeans to actually make some sort of comeback and getting those. So Violet needs to play it safe in the sense where they do need to stay alive or just make it so that they can't get those clams if they do go down, which is a great idea for Violet to pick up that last clam there, because no matter what now, they can't get a hold of those in the time that they have left. Unfortunately, only 1 member standing left for Mom Jeans. That's going to make it very impossible for them to get that pushback, and that's going to be the game for Fellowship of Comrades.
You know, it's a great way to prevent the enemy team from taking your clams? Killing them first, and that's exactly what we saw. I mean, even when it looked like Mom Jeans was in a great position on top of that block and like had the advantage on Fellowship of Comrades, I mean, Violet just came in over the block, got a couple of nice shots in, and that was the end of that push. Great stuff we're seeing from this pickup.
Yeah, you could definitely see they are a very powerful Fellowship of Comrades. they have a lot of unity together, and they work together really well to punish Mom Jeans whenever they try to move up onto their side.
My clam, our clam.
Don't make me laugh like that when I'm drinking.
I'm sorry. I saw the opportunity, I took it. I wasn't expecting... When I first saw those compositions, I thought, alright, we're going to see double armor and a lot of short-range plays, but I figured that Muna, with the mobility of the Splatling and the way that Carbon works on Macomart with a lot of these like low vertical ledges, playing around those is very easy to do with Carbon. So I thought that Omega was going to have a field day, and that's just not what we saw. And whether that's just because of how well Mori was moving with those Tetras, or because of the fact that they were pumping out armors like there was no tomorrow, I wasn't expecting that outcome. I wasn't expecting that kind of dominance.
Yeah, I do think having 2 armors put in a lot of play, because, you know, once the Carbon doesn't hit that first swing on you when you have that armor and it stops it, it's very easy for them to get called out. And once the positioning is revealed, it's very difficult for the Carbon to proceed and make a huge play out of it. Getting into this one though, it's Splat Zones on Schellendorf. I do expect Mom Jeans to have a bit of a better advantage in this situation, having Muna on that ballpoint, because we do know how overpowering it is to have control over this upper glass on any map mode in Schellendorf, really.
We're going to have to see how Fellowship of Comrades adjusts to that, and we do see Nish on this custom jet sculpture, able to at least apply some long-range pressure on Muna on the Firefin charger. And I expect we're going to see a lot of bombs being thrown in the general vicinity of Muna as well, as we see this first engagement, Omega going in with this hero shot, able to get a pick, able to throw some burst bombs up, and quick cap for Mom Jeans Splatoon.
They do have a lot of really good painting weapons here. Of course, Sakura sticking on that junior. It's what they know how to do, basically. And I'm not actually surprised by Nish picking custom jet here, with them already having an armor weapon user on the team. Nish actually used to be a backliner mainly, so that doesn't surprise me at all. Being able to pull that out as like sort of a pocket thing is a great utility, especially on this map. Of course, Mori here is going to make some Tetra plays, moving up behind, getting in their face. Definitely going after this charger here. They want to get Muna out of the way as much as possible so they're able to control underneath the glass. So even just distracting or keeping the charger back farther is going to give them a huge window of opportunity here.
Exactly, and you saw the coordination. You know, they knew Mori was going in. They popped armor at the exact time to give him some safety. But now, with Mori down, there's a pretty big opening for Momjean's Splatoon. They're trying to take control of the zone, unable to do so. A lot of paint coming out, Stingray coming out as well. Omega trying to chase that Stingray, able to find his mark right now. Oh, Nish goes down, and Omega jumping back, and it's a blue zone for... Oh, a great shot by Muna!
Yeah, an amazing snipe on Mori there, which is great. I mean, they probably did predict that Tetra splashdown at least a little bit, because that is kind of what Tetra does. It turns out a lot of splashdowns, and you kind of need to be anticipating them. We'll see here if Moon is able to take down this Inkjet that is kind of threatening the right side of the map here. Unfortunately, nothing is able to challenge it, and it does get about, I think, at least a pick or an assist there.
This is a very back and forth map right now. I mean, we see the zone is changing pretty consistently. A lot of these specials are going in down, not haphazardly, but definitely, you know, when they can. We're seeing that from both teams, and we're also seeing a lot of flanking pressure on the side of Fellowship of Comrades, and it's working out greatly in their favor. We see who's trying to paint this zone here, trying to take care of Mori in the back, able to do so. A lot of paint coming out, a lot of green on both sides. Violet able to trade out, but Room's still alive, trying to make do. That there's a lot of time that they need to prevent Fellowship of Comrades from taking. Mori able to take out Hoops while they're in the missiles, and another. This is 15 ticks left, and it's not looking like it's going to be easy to do. Mori trying to cancel that splashdown, unable to do so. With Bomb Rush coming out from Luna, and it's able to cap the zone.
So they are able to cap the zone, which is at least going to help them with that penalty, bringing another 50 points onto the side of Fellowship of Comrades that they're going to have to get through in order to get down past that 12-point mark. Of course, that 12 points is pretty threatening. Speaking of threatening, we do see Violet here absolutely terrorizing the Charger on Momjean's there with the Inkjet. And we are seeing a raid coming out of Nish to apply more pressure in the mid. Mori, of course, is going to continue to do what Tetras do and what Mori does, which is move back behind and annoy this Charger. And he can do this as many times as he wants, and it's still going to be successful in a way. Even if they can predict Mori, they are still going to struggle dealing with it, because at the end of the day, like, hitting him is a whole other issue. You know what I mean?
Right. And as long as he's still there, being a target, drawing your fire, like he is for Sakura right now, able to get the double kill, and it's a wipe on the side of Momjean's. Mori able to be the perfect distraction. I talk at length about how important it is for teams to have that sort of distracting player, the person who's up in your face so that other players can come in and take the kills. And as we see the timer ticking down and the last specials coming in, it looks like for Momjean's, Mori is going to be that key here, that key up-in-your-face player, able to get picks and help his team to get the picks that they need. Whoop able to get one. You see Mori rolling in, getting another double kill. He's just pumping them out like a machine.
Yeah, and with a full wipe on the side of Momjean's, that's going to close out the set for them. We did see Mori kind of just stop playing there because there was no other way for Momjean's to cap the zone with no one up, unfortunately. A very, very strong 2-0 victory for Fellowship of Comrades.
You know what the best part is? He only landed one splashdown.
You know, that's all he really needed, to be honest. I think the best utility of splashdown in this update, or at this rate in the game, is just to cap or paint. What else are you gonna do with it at this rate?
And like Tetras are honestly more useful when they're not, you know, thinking about that special. As long as you're moving in and you're getting those picks like Mori was, you don't need to use your special. You know what I mean? Like the main weapon is great on its own.
As long as you're doing your job and you're moving around, even if they catch you in the air with the splashdown, like you're still doing your job and you're accomplishing what you need to do. So for the last game in the set, we are going to be looking at tower control on Starfish main stage. What do you expect to see out of these teams at this point in the set?
I expect to see Omega go back to Carbon here. I think that, especially with getting snipe control, Carbon is pretty strong at doing that. Although I wasn't predicting the vanilla splatter shot there, so who knows my predictions. But I expect to see a very simpler composition. Probably going to see that custom jet squelcher again out of the side of Fellowship of Comrades. And overall, I'm expecting not a roll from Fellowship of Comrades, but I think that, Clamblitz and Splat Zones kind of have like their moments, but I think the way that they play a lot more around getting picks, which is, I think, is more important for a mode like Tower Control. So I'm expecting to see a rough match on the side of Mom Jeans.
Yeah, for sure. An interesting pick coming out of Muna there. We see the Heavy Splatling remix, which is at least, pretty good for having those Booyah bombs, which will help stop the tower on checkpoints. So I do think there is some decent utility there. Of course, Mori's sticking on the Tetris from the other side. Not a lot of whole weapon changes, and actually we aren't even seeing the roller coming out of Omega here.
Yeah, so deciding to go with the K-Shot, which is somewhat semi-supportive role. We see Sakura getting a nice bomb kill there on Mori. That's going to be pretty important considering how they've been tearing apart this team and probably going down to the side of Fellowship of Comrades. The K-Shot here I expect to be pretty useful in shutting down pushes as well as creating a lot of openings because of that suction bomb, which can create so much space, and because of missiles creating space. And we see that they're taking up a lot of space moving into the enemy base here, going after that first checkpoint. We see Mori rolling in, and a couple of specials coming out of the side of Fellowship of the Comrades, able to take 2 down, and they're maybe going to get this checkpoint. They are able to break it. Boys coming in, finishing up that last pick, as we see one jumping to mid, and not a wipe. No, look at the last player jumped out on the side of Mom Jeans, but decent push, able to break the first checkpoint in the first minute.
That can be a difficult checkpoint to get through at times, so that's going to at least pave the way for Mom Jeans to continue pushing any farther in this game. Of course, Violet playing very aggressively, getting up in their faces with that Inkjet there. Not quite at the checkpoint for the Comrades here, but now they're getting to it. But Mori's the one on the tower, which is kind of interesting because you would expect Mori to be anywhere else but the tower. So I'm kind of expecting him to pass it off here for maybe Nish, but still nothing's changing. They do break that checkpoint and get the lead. They're moving up. Nish kind of going back in the mid to pop a Ray, which, doing this aggressively is actually going to break through that armor on Mom Jeans pretty fast. They just popped it, but it looks like it's not going to do them too much work here, unfortunately, with everyone pushing in there. We are seeing the splashdown coming out of Mori, actually getting it out this time, and Sakura backing up into the pit to get out of this.
It was interesting. You saw how Mom Jeans popped their armor, and then the Ray came out, and then Fellowship popped their own. And as we see the second to last checkpoint being broken here to the side of Fellowship of Comrades, just seeing such great special usage coming out on all of these players, not only as a team, but also just individually. We see the skill of the Inkjet. We see, there's a special kind of synergy in coordinating specials, and it's really showing here on the side of Fellowship of Comrades. 2 going down on either side, and some specials online for Mom Jeans. Let's see if they can't start to make a little bit of headway into this enemy base, but it's like they don't have the positioning quite yet.
Yeah, getting back into mid, it's completely green. We are seeing this Fellowship of Comrades holding their ground very well here. 2 down going, unfortunately, for Mom Jeans, which is going to be kind of rough, but ooh, I was just about to say that the Junior at least stayed up, so that would help with their map problem, but unfortunately Sakura going down there. Nish is going to pop another very aggressive Stingray in this situation. I'm assuming Mori's back on the tower, which, again, it just absolutely shocks me, but
no, it's always
and now Nish has moved back onto the tower. So, Voice, of course, painting up the pit as much as possible. Already about halfway to armor. This is moving up very fast, but I don't even know if they'll need it. That checkpoint is the very last one, and it's very close to it being game with only 15 ticks left on the counter there.
And it's looking like 3 are going down on the side of Mom Jeans. This is going to be very, very rough lockout, to say the least. But if Violet can pull this off, get a couple of picks with that Inkjet, able to at least make some headway, unable to do so, Violet going down. It's just Mori alive against the 2 players on the side of Mom Jeans who take him out aptly.
Yeah, now we do see Sakura coming back into mid here, getting a lot of aggressive pressure and paint, holding onto that armor until at least their teammates can move back behind them, popping it now, of course, now that they have some people there, barely living that double bomb, so that timing was amazing for that armor. Omega popping missiles, and of course that's going to open a bit of leeway for them to move in. Unfortunately, Nishi's Ray is very overbearing, and it is going to be a bit of a problem for them to deal with, unfortunately. And I think Nishi timed that exactly so that the Ray would come right as her armor was fading off. Unfortunately, Sakura going down there, and they are going to be controlling this. It's a very, very green map, and it's kind of stayed that way the entire game.
15 seconds now, and even with 2 down on the side of Fellowship of Comrades, the QR from that Tetris is going to be coming right back up soon. I don't see them being able to come back even with a decent push, getting down all the way to that last checkpoint without having any struggles, without facing Nish's Ray. I don't think it's possible. Armor comes up, we see Nish take the one off the tower, it's just Muna, nowhere near the tower. And that's game. And that's set. Fellowship of Comrades have brought it home.
Yeah, a very convincing 3-0 for Fellowship of Comrades. A very good performance from Mom Jeans as well. We do see Hoops there with the 11 KA with the Booyah Bomb, which is very impressive. Definitely they performed as best as they could. Huge props to them. They were very convincing in this set as well. Now, looking at this bracket here as well, let me refresh it just to make sure everything is up to date, because I'm just kind of assuming that it is. Arctic Moon taking a 2-1 victory over Blame Crim. He told me about this 15 minutes ago.
A Marsh pickup.
Oh, yep, okay. Then we have a sous chef BEEhind the Sea, taking 2-1 over Temptation there. Honestly, very good job from Temptation taking that game from them. ZZZ winning 2-1 over Geeks Squid. The Ink Kings losing 0-3 to Fire. Rising Wave 2-0 to Ultra Persistence. Right now, they haven't finished the set entirely, but it does technically go to Rising Wave overall since they have those 2 games already. I don't know, LOL has lost 3-0 to Southern Lights, which is surprising. Actually, that is the top seeded team in this tournament, actually.
I was surprised by that.
Yeah, so Southern Lights definitely showing what they can do, that they're definitely still in this game and they can perform. Healthy Diet Food Groups winning 3-0 over the set in Barracuda Blitz. Los Inklings going down 0-3 to Tooniverse. Of course, we just saw Fellowship of Comrades. Afterglow and Midnight is performing very well in that set, getting 2-0 over them. Not too much that's very noticeable. Desire winning 3 over License to Krill. And West Broadway Grillers getting a bye there. I think that's just about it. Beans did take the set over Abyssal 2-1 as well.
That's a bit rough for Abyssal. I would expect them to win that.
Really?
Yeah.
From what I've seen from Beans so far, it is a very, very new team, but they have been performing pretty well so far.
All right, well, hopefully we'll get to see them because I'm excited. I know Turtle has been trying for a while to make a pickup that's been able to shake up some tournament placings. So
yeah, well, just the last tournament I believe earlier this week that they played in, they did almost take a set off of Desire.
Well, all right.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely
that,
surprised by their win there over Abyssal.
So, with that, I think we're going to take a quick breather, and we'll be right back with round 5, last round of Swiss in testing grounds number 6. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to Testing Grounds. Of course, it's still me, Siren, and of course, I'm still joined by Magic here. We are getting back into things with a set with Lysis to Krill versus Beans. We're getting right into it right now on Rainmaker's Sturgeon Shipyard.
I expected nothing less. I know, especially the L2K, they have weapons that they are going to pick 9 times out of 10. I'm good friends with Ali.
C-Jet.
I know Flurry and Bronze, and I expect nothing less. Yep.
C-Jet. And me knowing, of course, Turtle on the other team, you're not going to see anything but 10 out of him. I can literally hear him deciding on which 10 before the game starts. So I could kind of hear his reasoning with the hammer here in the sense. He's definitely going to want to try and pave a path with that hammer and play very aggressively with it. Moving up on the left side here, taking that pick on Flurry, which is great. Unfortunately, one of his teammates going down in the process. He is going to try and go for this jump here. Unfortunately, not getting that, and I'm getting picked off by Bronze in this situation.
You're right about that aggression. I mean, geez, that was a very heads-up play and smart, pretty smart play, at least maybe before sticking around. But I'm excited to see what the tent can do here, especially because of these narrow pathways that we're going to see. But Turtle is actually the one picking up the Rainmaker, able to start running, and nobody's on the top right to stop Turtle from getting a few points here. Able to get to 53, which is not fantastic, but it'll at least hold off any cheeky pushes on the side of Lysis to Krill. As we see a couple of specials coming online, Ali going down, and the Rainmaker chilling for now.
Yeah, Turtle definitely saw an opening there and picked up that Rainmaker just to try and get as many points as possible and establish a lead early on in the game, which is going to allow them to play a bit more defensively, at least for the time being. Luke getting in a bit of a fight with Flurry here, which does end up in both of them going down eventually because of that Inkjet there. Bronze, of course, carrying this Rainmaker back into mid. And moving up with Ali on that right side here. Of course, Silva going to come back from mid behind them. Doesn't quite get the pick because does get spotted out by Ali. I think we are going to see a splashdown jump here. Taking out no one, unfortunately, but that does paint a very large area. Unfortunately, Luke spotting that out and getting Ali out of there.
That was a pretty saucy play, I have to admit, but it's so tough because you try and make the safe splashdown jump plays to try and get some ground, and I understand what they're going for, but it's so hard, especially when you don't get anything and then you're just kind of stuck rolling around at the speed of sound in the enemy base with none of your friends. But we see Ali with a couple with Flurry here trying to go for a sneaky play on the spinner, unable to do so, and Flurry getting taken out, but it seems like there was a trade at hand. Silva going for Bronze, Gregor able to help out, keep their backliner protected. We see Ali still rolling around up in the enemy base. Turtle getting taken out by a quick bomb! I didn't even think that it would take him out! That's so unfortunate. Special's coming down now on the side of L2K. We see the Rainmaker up on top of that spinner. Inkjet coming out, and a great shot from Mrs. Claus on the side of Beans here. A great Inkjet shot. Now they're going to have to make that push. All of that headway that they had, all of those picks that they had, they're going to have to do it all over again to make this work.
Yeah, Bronze, of course, getting in a great position, sitting on the enemy snipe there, which allows him to get a lot of angles and take people out. Silva going down to that trade there, but that's not quite a bad thing for Lysis to Krill in that situation, so long as the right people go down there. Turtle, unfortunately, getting caught out with his hammer, but they do have a bit of leeway getting into this. They are holding a lot of map control in mid. Unfortunately, 2 of them going down, so Bronze having to back up a bit here. Mrs. Claus spotting out Ali on that block there, which is going to be great for them. Getting Ali out of the way is a lot of it's a lot of mental relief knowing that she's not sneaking around and you don't need to worry about her being somewhere, but that's not going to last for too long. Of course, Bronze is holding on to a Stingray right now, and I guess we'll see if he's going to want to use that aggressively or more in a defensive stance, but of course we are seeing him pop that now. 2 people kind of in his trajectory there.
We do see Ali trying to roll around. There's an armored pop. Mrs. Claus able to take out 2 here, and we're seeing Beans able to start making a little headway, especially pushing that position.
Oh no!
Up and another bomb! Turtle, you gotta be a little more careful. Gregor taking out another player and unable to take out a 3rd. But there's 2 down on the side of Beans. And we see a lot of pink coming out of this map. We see the frontliners moving up. We see the sponge raised. No, I think they wanted to go for it, but they're not going to be able to keep it up for that long. Silva going down, Ali with a great splashdown. They're up in the top area of the enemy base for right now. Mrs. Claus able to stop the Rainmaker from moving their way to a quick lead, but unable to keep themselves alive. Bronze finding another player, trying to make sure that this Rainmaker can get taken before it's too late. There's only 10 seconds left, and there's nobody in position to get this Rainmaker. Ali going down to a jump, and it's Bronze left alone in the middle of the map. This Rainmaker is getting taken and held back into the enemy base. There's nobody on their way to stop them. Beans able to take a cheeky play and make it worthwhile.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the whole plan for them. That game, very good idea to get that tiny lead back in the game and then sort of just focus on defense for the rest of it. Unfortunately, with Bronze actually being the top in KA there, I don't think they were able to get the right kind of wipe and get enough people out of the way to beat that lead in that situation there. There's only a couple paths that will take you there quick enough, and unfortunately they were shut down anytime they got close.
I remember Ali having this conversation with me about how Rainmaker Sturgeon is not a good map. And I'm starting to understand that a little bit more, because that felt like they were doing everything in their power to make decent plays, and sure, they weren't getting super clean picks, but it seemed like they had a lot of control and they just weren't able to transfer that to a lead. It seemed like they were also playing a bit defensively with the Rainmaker. That one I have to point out. You know, Flurry backing up there when probably could have gone forward, at least kept the Rainmaker in a good position, but instead deciding to go back. And it's just little things like that I think their mentality is very not set in stone, and their synergy isn't quite there for what they want to do.
Well, I may have been a little distracted there and lost my train of thought. But yeah, it was a very convincing game for them. I mean, they had a game plan, and it looks like they stuck to it. Getting into Clan Blitz here on Wahoo World, we'll probably see a lot more similar tent plays, in the sense where there's a lot of things you can do objective-wise with it. I'll be curious to see what Turtle thinks is the best tent to go here in this situation. Maybe even sticking with the hammer one, because it was convincing last game as well.
I can't tell from the startup screen. It looked like it was vanilla. Yeah, it's going to be the bubble tent coming out. Other than that, we don't see any changes on the side of Beans. And on the side of L2K, we see the Gregoru K52 coming out. That Booyah Bomb probably going to be able to put on decent pressure, especially shredding those bubbles and preventing that tent shield with that splash wall. Unless, of course, they die in the first 20 seconds, in which case, not going to be as effective. Bronze early Ray taking out 3.
We did see a very early armor pop for them, which unfortunately went a bit to waste, but Bronze, of course, did clean that up with the Ray. I do believe they did at least get some shots onto Beans and got some damage on them to begin with, which made a very, very easy job, or easy work for Bronze in getting that Ray and taking everyone out. Mrs. Cloud can be popping that jet here, which should be taking out a couple players here if he's able to land that last shot onto Ali, which he does give Grigor enough time to get on that jump there, unfortunately for him. Now pushing up on the tent, which may have not been the wisest decision there when he still had his shield with him. Pushing that into mid, of course, is going to apply some pressure there, pop the beacon, but Bronze is going to spot that out and start annoying the heck out of him.
Pops the Ray too! No, he just doesn't want to deal with that tent at all. Probably want to try and take out those beacons as well, getting another assist. That's 2 down on the side of Beans. A great heads-up play from Bronze, and now they're going to be able to dunk this and have some specials online as well to keep the push going. The splashdown Booyah able to make quick work of whatever defense they had. Unfortunately, Bronze not going to be able to dunk that clam quite yet. Ali going to try and dive in, see what they can do. None able to do so. 68 push, not the worst that we've seen for starting pushes, but it's also not going to be one that's going to be easy lead to keep.
Yeah, earlier there, Bronze saw Turtle shield and just said, "Forget your shield," and just raid right through it there, which I thought was hilarious. Of course, Turtle is going to be moving up here on that top right. They do have that Pity Clam with them now, popping these bubbles underneath there, but unfortunately, Mrs. Claw is going to be the only other one up on the team, and going down in the Inkjet is going to stop this push. So unfortunately, Turtle going down under the basket, which is going to be a delayed wipe for them. So that does give License to Krill a chance to come back in here. Flurry, of course, making a power clam, is going to be holding on to that as best as possible, and they do have a bunch of others. They do have 11 more clams in their hands, so this could be huge if they're able to get that dunk in.
Oh, for sure. And we see the specials coming online right now. Armored popping, Bronze with a super early rave, not finding anyone quite yet. And it's looking like they're trying to make headway. Turtle did go down to the other side of the map. There's beacons still and a lot of bombs and specials coming out to the side of Beans. Two going down to the side of Lessons to Krill. They were just unable to brute force their way through those specials, through that armor. Oh, a quick thinking wall bomb kill is able to stop that clam from getting too far. And that's going to be the push shut down on the side of License to Krill. And we're just going to see an attempt at a return push, unable to do so. Turtle going a bit too far forward there.
Yeah, 3 times this set already we've seen people unfortunately going down to bombs being thrown at a wall or a shield of some sort. It's very unfortunate. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a trend for this set.
Yeah, especially with Turtle popping as many shields as possible. I mean, it almost happened again right there.
Hopefully he's learned his lesson by now that they have at least 3 lethal bombs on their side. At least in the last game they did, but now it's down to 2. So at least there's a little less risk in having that shield behind him at this rate in the game. It's only really scared of the Ray and the ends up there. Coming up behind him, Ali's marking out Turtle here. Hopefully he's able to shred through those bubbles, but doesn't want to take any risks there in getting those pop honors, so she's going to back up there. Unfortunately, Turtle getting picked up and out before they're able to get any more clams in, but we do see some people in mid. We see Mrs. Claus unfortunately getting caught out as well as Silva, so it's only Luke coming back on the recall here. They are going to have to make some moves to get this lead back, but if they're able to dunk like literally just 1 power clam, and then it's only a few more from there, so they can take this game back. There's nothing stopping them, and they're probably going to try and work as hard as they can for overtime here. Not if Ali has something to say about it here. Of course, she's going to be moving under this basket here and trying to make that lead greater for License to Krill. Popping that splashdown, getting rid of Mrs. Claus. Very, very good use of splashdown, honestly.
Yeah, especially paired with the Booyah, there's nowhere for Mrs. Claus to go. Can't come down this chimney, Mrs. Claus.
With 3 clams there, this could be the knockout.
I expect it. A power clam jumping in, and that's going to do it. A great finishing play by License to Krill. There was some interaction that Ali had with Turtle that opened up that play wide open, and especially before that pick with Silva and Mrs. Claus going down on the orange side, and then Turtle coming in. They had their spawns desynced, and LTK was able to really take advantage of that, and I was really impressed that they were able to see that and quickly move to get in position and get picks to keep that desync going and turn it into a win.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, Beans did have some pretty good opportunities there, but Bronze top frag and pretty convincingly again, showing how defensive. How good his defensive power is, and he is also very aggressive with it. Of course, popping a Stingray in the face of a tent has to take some balls, and I congratulate Bronze for that. I'm still not over that moment, to be honest. It was just amazing to me. Splat Zones on Anchovy Games, it's another one where I do think both teams have quite the chance to shine. I could almost see Bronze switching to ballpoint here, but you never really know with him. He might not just be in the mood for that. It's been a while, I think, since I've seen him do it, but both teams, I think, have a very good opportunity of it. You can definitely expect Ali to be flanking, and you can definitely expect a lot of inkjets out of Beans here.
I also kind of want to see Gregory Cup back on the T-Tech. I know he's been playing K-Shot, but I think this is a great map for Inkjet, even though missiles do have a decent, it's kind of a trade-off, right? You know, you trade offensive power for making space. You know, it's the pull between pick potential and a lot more paint and radius control potential. And I don't know what Gregory usually decides to do, but I'd be curious to see what that decision is going on in that voice call as we get back into this game. Game 3. This potentially decides which one of these teams moves on to top cut and which one does not. So I'm excited. This is for the continuation in the tournament. We see Double Brella come out on the side of B.
Yeah, so I'm almost disappointed that Flurry stayed on Zap. I was kind of looking forward to seeing Flurry play 96 at least once in the set. But I can't get everything I want. Surprisingly, I didn't know this was in his arsenal, but Luke is actually playing Nautilus here. I do think it's a strong pick for this map, as well as the Sorella Brella. So we are going to be seeing a bomb rush out of that team, as well as the hammer from the tent. It's a lot of painting power, but I do think they have a small chance that they'll lack in aggression here. Of course, as I say that, Grigoroo taking that 2v1 and winning it, taking 2 down there in that corner, and Luke is going to be popping that Inkjet to get Bronze out of there. Of course, Grigoroo being the only one left for License to Krill and getting picked off by Turtle's hammer. Doesn't have too much time left on it there, but is probably going to try and get a good chuck there and take someone out. Unfortunately, not working out for him, and he's going to be backing up to zone.
There was a wild set of plays there. I mean, Ali trading with the Inkjet. I mean, it's wasted so much time, and you see this zone is pretty easily flipped, but there's already 50 halfway through the timer. We see some specials finally come online. License Krill finally getting control of this zone, getting control in a little bit of mid, trying to get some picks, able to take out Luke, able to take out Silva as well. Mrs. Claus trying to fend for their lives, trying to keep a little bit of orange paint on the ground, maybe get some picks too. A little bit of bonus damage, able to get 2 picks. Bronze and Gregory going down. That's going to be huge for Beans here, and we're going to see some orange coming back onto this zone. Flurry trying to do their best, paint up as much as they can. Another going down on the side of License to Krill. This is not looking good. No, Flurry, no.
Yeah, Flurry did opt into not giving up his positioning there and holding some pressure on that fan. Unfortunately, not working out totally in his favor. We are going to see Turtle trying to make an aggressive play and divert attention as much as possible his direction. He does have that hammer. He's holding on to it. He's definitely going to try and pop it soon because he does see the specials coming out. Unfortunately, going down before he can pop it, but that timer is ticking down pretty quickly for Beans. They do get a couple points on the map there, but it looks like License to Krill is going to take that back. Luke being the only one left in mid on that fan, and Turtle is going to be coming back to support his teammates. Unfortunately, Luke going down mid-jet, but that's probably not going to stop Beans too much from moving up here.
We finally see License to Krill having a lot of purple paint on Bean's fan, which is really important because that's how they've basically been starting all of their pushes, able to just take the leverage, take the high ground, and use it to their advantage. Now we're going to see License to Krill possibly taking lead, going down the side of Beans, and wait, there's a flip. Silva trying to paint the zone, unable to do so. The cap and the lead goes back over to License to Krill. Ali going down. We're going to see a lot of trades on either side. There's a lot of orange on mid right now.
Yeah, it seems to be a mad dash for zone at this point. Beans does not have nearly as much penalty as License to Krill does to get through that and get their lead back. But of course, it's worth keeping in mind. Oh, actually, 2 going down on License to Krill. So this could be an opening for them. And it's actually a full wipe. This has definitely got to be the lead for Beans. So Silva's going to be taking as much map into their area as possible to slow them down as much as possible, because with 2 minutes left, they need to be taking this.
They need to take this as far as they can, really. You see the specials come online. Turtle going down to the fray once again. Bronze trying to help out his team, unable to do so. Ali diving in with a splashdown, trying to get this zone painted, but there's 2 going down on the side of License to Krill, and the zone is back in orange. Silva going down on the fan. Bronze trying to make moves, unable to do so. There's 15 ticks left, and there's nobody alive on the side of License to Krill. Beans might take this thing. This is for the tournament to keep going. This is for top cut, and Mrs. Claus was a great pick to stop Flurry from getting the zone, and that's going to be it. Beans taking the set over License to Krill.
Wow, a very, very convincing comeback from Beans. They made the exact plays that they needed to do to take that game and take the set overall. You could see how much they wanted it, and with them not being necessarily as aggressive with their weapon choices as they were in previous games, they saw the one wipe that they got, and they were like, okay, we're going to capitalize on this now, and we're going to delay them as much as possible to take that lead, and it worked out for them wonderfully.
The opening that they saw, it was rough because we were noticing how it was basically a mad dash for zone. There weren't any picks coming out, and then the specials were building, paint was going down, and we weren't seeing any trades or any picks, which is what Licensed to Krill has been doing for the entirety of the game. And all of a sudden they pulled back, and they were sitting on Fan, and Beans saw that and they said, "All right, it's go time," and they popped the armor, they popped the bomb rush, and they took over Fan and were able to just tear apart Licensed to Krill's game plan from there, which is very impressive. Good stuff to them.
Very good work from Beans there. So we'll be moving into Top Cut pretty soon, or rather the knockout bracket, with the top 8 teams. So I think for sure right now we have Desire, Southern Lights, Sous Chef, I Don't Know LOL, West Broadway Grillers actually, and Beans, Arctic Moon probably. Yeah. Actually, I want to take a look at their run. They did beat they beat Midnight this round actually 2-1. And then what was last round with them? They have a 4-1 record. They took 3-0 over Nectar, but Nectar did I think drop. So
yeah,
I don't know
dropped.
if they actually played them at that time. 2-1 over ZCZ, of course, as we saw earlier in the tournament.
Yeah,
3-0 over Thick Thigh Lovers. And what was the first round? It was unfortunately a loss to Abyssal, yes. So yeah, they won every single set except for Abyssal, technically. I do think that takes Licensed to Krill out of the top 8. Actually, I'm not sure. They might still barely make it as well.
They might have hung on because of the differential.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna go to Comrades or Licensed to Krill at this rate. Of course, that the bracket isn't. Yeah, the bracket is still not ready yet, so we don't know. But for sure, what we do know is that Beans should be in the top cut 100%. But of course, Licensed to Krill still has a bit of a chance. But I do believe you were right in the sense that that last set there was gonna at least determine a fair amount of.
Yeah.
Who
I mean,
would
I
go
guess
there.
Licensed to Krill taking that game was beyond important because that game could be the difference between going up one spot in the standings, and that got them into top cut over Fellowship of Comrades is what it's looking like right now. So, playing their hearts out in that set, props to them.
Yeah, huge props to Beans and huge props to Licensed to Krill. I do think that one game is going to be helpful for them because it is going to be points in the end that is going to determine. There is a lot of teams in this tournament who have gone 3-2, so out of those we'll see who gets that top 8 spot because of course I think only 2 of them can.
So with that, we're going to turn it over to a small break, but after that, top cut of Testing Ground 6 with IPL. We'll be right back with you. Stay tuned.
Yeah, see you guys.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the knockout bracket stage of Testing Ground 6. Here in our first match, round 1, we have the 4th place team from Swiss, IDK LOL, versus a standout squad from the Swiss bracket, West Broadway Grillers, who really made a mark here. Going 4-1 in the Swiss stage to get into this top cut and try and prove themselves.
Yeah, West Broadway Grillers doing really well today in the tournament, of course. Getting into the top 8, which is quite the accomplishment. Good on them. I'm very excited to see how they perform in this top 8 bracket. Of course, it is going to be single elimination moving on in this part of the tournament. But who knows? We'll see a lot of fight from both teams because there's a lot of stakes.
There are a lot of stakes. This best of 5 set could go either way, in my opinion. Let's see how it shakes out. First map, Tower Control, Manta Maria. What are we going to see?
Well, from this pickup, we are seeing a ballpoint. Pika, of course, going on that slosher there. Ips going with the junior, and Shinex going on the 52 gal. Of course, a very good pick for tower control, in my opinion, with that wall being very defensive, and then that Booyah Bomb also helping them out as well. I think it is a very good pick on this map. Pika going to be pretty aggressive starting off, getting 2 picks and a trade on that. Cookie going to be the only one left backing up into the street here as this Luna Blaster, of course, playing carefully. They don't want to give them a full wipe at this point in the game.
I really like the Lunar Blaster pick, honestly, because of all these crazy angles of walls and unpageable surfaces. It can have a lot of safe positions to shoot at that tower, and because of this baller, it's going to be making moves, trying to get some damage down on the towers, prevent people from moving onto it. They're able to stop this, take 2 down on the side of IDK Wall, and at least give themselves some breathing room from this first minute push, but a flank is going to prevent them from taking too many seconds of resting on their laurels.
Yeah, we are seeing them play pretty aggressively. The ballpoint coming back in, and they're going to work as hard as possible to shred that Booyah Bomb before it can do anything. Successfully doing so and moving up. They already have that 53-point lead, but didn't quite break that checkpoint, so I think that's going to be their next goal moving on in this push. Getting that pick on Ninja very early, which is important because that CDS is what is giving them a lot of their map control at the moment. And we are just seeing very, very good positioning from them. Ips kind of being the only one sitting in their street there, so I'm hoping to see some backup come to help them there in a second.
Hopefully, but it's looking like there's not going to be any backup for West Broadway Grillers. At the very least, these respawns are not coming in soon enough. Cookie able to stop this tower with that Luna Blaster, but it's already down to 26 points, and there's a lot of green on this map. A great play, dodging behind the tower and able to use the Luna Blaster's radius to get that quick pick. Cookie doing with some smart heads-up plays. Ips trying to flank again. They're just not seeing any let-up on the side of IDK LOL, using that flank at every opportunity, and we see the beacons and the jumps coming in, and we thought that they were going to have mid? Nah. IDK LOL is already there.
Yeah, Hug the mask? I don't know. Sam?
Yeah, I think it's Sam spelled backwards, is like at the last part of his name.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. So Luna unfortunately taking a trade there with Shinex, leaving 2 people up on that side, which is actually going to start a bit of a push toward them. They do get to that first checkpoint there with everyone jumping in, but unfortunately it looks like that's going to be an untimely death for everyone who jumped in there. Not quite getting picked off by the team, but ending up down no matter what in that situation, which at least there is some small benefit to having a quicker respawn time if you do that, but it's not going to help them too much in the end, unfortunately. Pika moving up very aggressively with his Tri-Slasher here, and is going to probably house some jumps before moving up into these grapes. The grapes! With 2 down on West Broadway Grillers, that does look like it's going to be the game, and unfortunately it is. West Broadway Grillers is looking like a bunch of grapes, if you're asking me. Look at how pink they are. Anyways, moving on from bad puns.
What grapes have you had that are pink?
The pink grapes? You never had pink grapes?
Pink? No. What are pink grapes?
Like they look like pink. I don't know how else to describe them. Like a reddish pink.
I'm not crazy. What are pink grapes? Okay, I'm just
grapes
gonna.
that you make wine with, like red wine.
They're purple.
Oh, they're like a red pink.
I think I don't even know what the next map mode is. I just need someone to tell me I'm not crazy.
Anyways, if you want to call me
pink.
crazy in the chat, fine,
So,
go ahead.
please, someone in chat, agree with me. Inkfarer already sent me a picture of these quote-unquote grapes, and they're not pink. They're like reddish purple. Anyway, we're moving on to Rainmaker Snapper Canal this next game here. I do expect to see IDK LOL playing just as aggressive as they were before. Might even see a very quick pop coming out of them to get that very early on momentum.
I expect nothing less from the pair of Pika and Shinx. Those two players are just notoriously balls to the wall, essentially, and they showed that during that play. I mean, you saw how Pika was just taking over those rope bridges, and how Shinx was flanking at every opportunity. I expect to see the same thing from as wide of a map as Rainmaker Snapper Canal, especially when there are a lot of avenues to take. They're going to be able to weasel their way in between West Broadway Grillers' somewhat shaky defenses is what they're looking like.
Okay, so actually we're seeing Pika pull out the ink brush in this situation. That's the one with the baller, and he's using stealth jump on it. He's going to be sitting right under this Rainmaker shield, not getting the pop, but he is in a bit of a safe zone from it. Probably going to pop down some mines there just to prevent any early cheekiness from WBG. They are going to go straight ahead instead of picking that side road on the left because I think they can do it, which, I don't doubt them at all. Getting a very early 38 push with only the mini left on the side of IDK LOL, but that's probably not going to stop him. I do have a feeling he's sitting around somewhere, and he is. Cookie probably sensed that too and dropped onto him and had to go look for him. So unfortunately that is going to stop it there for them. They're going to probably opt into letting that reset naturally in this situation. Shinex not wanting to do that, it seems. Looked like he just wanted to run right past them, but getting punished by Devi in that situation there. Devi is holding on to a Ray at this point, which can be used aggressively. He's going to back up and use it immediately and hopefully get some people down. Of course, Pika's already down, so this could be an opening for WBG in this situation.
This could be. It looks like they're kind of playing without really feeling the risks on the side of IDK LOL. They're really playing aggressive here when they have no right to be. Look at Shinex playing in that weird position. Ips going down as well. And now we're seeing a lot of orange on the map. There's a road to take for the West Broadway Grillers on the left side of the map. This could be the lead if they get up that block. Pika saying, no, not today. I'm going to Shark right at the spot you want to go. And now we see a full wipe onto West Broadway Grillers. No more messing around. Let's see how far they can take this Rainmaker.
Yeah, of course, Shinex having that baller right away. He's probably going to pop it pretty soon up into their base if he wants to. Unfortunately, going down before he can use that, but probably not his goal in the first place. Just trying to get some leeway here. They are still holding onto that Rainmaker pretty well, and Pika popping his baller on that snipe there, dislodging as many people as possible, and driving a lot of attention to himself. Unfortunately, the Rainmaker going down in this situation, but Pika is going to hold as much aggression as he can.
Pika's putting in so much work on that brush, able to just paint away and shark as much as they need to. I mean, every player on the IDK LOL roster is able to do that, really. You do see 2-3 players going down to the side of West Broadway Grillers as they try and go into that pit area. I don't think it's working out for them. I would like to see them change up their strategy of perhaps going to the right side, maybe taking it further along that pit there, but it seems like, especially with the brush, especially with the painting power of those Splatlings, they're unable to make any headway in that pit area because of how well it's painted. Sam going for a solid flank here, able to take out the Rainmaker, stop the bleeding. He does have an Inkjet at the ready, trying to stop this Rainmaker from getting too far away from him. Pika coming over, putting down some slaps, and we see G2Y able to take this Rainmaker to a 20 push before being stopped by West Broadway Grillers. It's looking like this Rainmaker's going green. No, okay, West Broadway Grillers has it.
Yeah, but they are still holding pressure with that Nautilus on their snipe there. He's going to have to back up onto that tarp area there. Unfortunately, Ninja falling off the map there. It does feel like this entire game, Pika has been everywhere at once and everywhere he needs to be, which is excellent for him. Even if he goes down there, that did allow them to continuously hold pressure on that Rainmaker. And Ip's kind of sitting here undetected for the most part. I feel like they almost know that he's there, but he's picked such a tiny little corner that they don't even know, and he looks like he's going to try and make a mad dash for it, unfortunately getting caught out by Devi there.
I think he got faked out by the Splatling who thought that she was going to push him, which Devi wasn't going to, and he could have stayed for just a little bit longer while they were repositioning. Unfortunate for Nips there, but it bought some time for them to get back to mid on the side of IDK Lol, and now there's a lot of green that WBG has to get through in the last minute of this match. Let's see if they're up to the task.
Yeah, Ninja popping that armor, and there is a few specials being popped out right now for West Broadway Grillers. Of course, they do have the armor on the side of IDK Lol as well. Two of them going down, unfortunately, and then there's a trade which does even out the board quite a bit, with it only being that Junior who does go down as well. This could be an opening for them. They are the last people who are kind of left in mid as a residual situation there, but unfortunately, I think moving up a little bit too fast on IDK Lol caused them to go down there. It just being the splash on that side, he is going to try and fight for that Rainmaker there, but unfortunately going down. There's still people jumping, but they do need to take out the Rainmaker here in order to get another chance at this game. So unfortunately, well, I guess fortunately for IDK Lol, they do take that game. Unfortunately for West Broadway Grillers, at this rate, they are going to have to reverse sweep if they want to take the set back.
And the Grillers had an opportunity there, right? At the end when they got that wipe, but it wasn't all in very quick. It wasn't clean. And Cookie moved up just a little bit too far, trying to get those spawn camped kills, but unable to do so effectively. And because of that, getting taken down, unable to assist with the team, and it looked like the Rainmaker had gone the completely opposite direction anyways, in which Pika was already basically there. It was not a well-coordinated push, although it looked like it had the makings of a decent push.
Yeah, it is worth keeping in mind that whenever you're playing against an Inkbrush who's going to be sneaking around like that, it's very hard to move in alone, especially when you're moving in that fast, because that Inkbrush is going to catch you out like as soon as he possibly can and as soon as he can detect you, because when you're moving up into that Inkbrush's space, they will take advantage of that. So unfortunately for them, I think it was just too fast at the wrong time for them to be doing that.
So, let's see if West Broadway Grillers, I know that their clams play is something that they've been working on a lot. I think that this team succeeds very well in Clam Blitz, but we'll see if that team coordination can match up to the raw aggression that is coming out of IDK Lol right now. I'm excited though, because Hydra is a strong pick on Inkblot clams, and I know Debbie's most likely going to be playing that, and I expect to see some strong team pushes and special usage.
Yeah, I do think it is worth mentioning that in this situation, with the way that IDK Lol has been playing, with such a small map like this, I do think that WBG does have a chance to punish them for their style of play in this situation, so long as they're kind of patient with it and slow down a little bit to almost let them push into them a bit and have it kind of become a reverse situation where they get wiped because they've been so overzealous this entire set. So I'd like to see them kind of move in that direction a little bit, because Devi did show like a really good capability of taking down that Rainmaker that game, because we didn't see a knockout at all that time. They were never able to dunk it on the pedestal, and I think a huge part of that was Devi. So I think if they focus on that ability here, they will have quite a good chance of getting these sort of bounce back pushes in the situation. As I say that though, very early on, a very quick power climb, less than 20 seconds into the game, they do get a power climb and drop a baller right instantly there. Unfortunately, Pika going down not long after that baller explodes. Shinx getting a jump onto that stairs there, and they're trying to recuperate another clam moving up to the left there, but are getting picked off. So I do think I'm seeing some of what I want to. They actually get picked off before they can even start much of a push at all. They just get the one power clam in. So this is a huge opportunity. Ninja already going down to the stairs, has bubbles ready, so this could be an even bigger push for West Broadway Drillers. Unfortunately, two going down there on the left. They did separate a little bit there, and unfortunately Ninja's going to be the last one left if they end up just being on the respawn.
And it just seemed like they moved just too quickly for West Broadway Drillers to get in position. It's all about rotations when it comes to this high level of play. If you're not rotating fast enough, if you're not getting that higher position, that better position before the enemy team can respawn and get there first, then you're not going to be able to pitch them out, especially if you're going to get double teamed like that. We see Cookie able to work with the team to get a couple of picks there right now, and Bubbles and Inkjet at the ready, and this looks like it's going to be a good push coming in from West Broadway Drillers. We see the bubbles, we see the specials coming out, we see a lot of clans getting taken in, we see Debbie charged up on the perch, but Shinx taking out Debbie, getting another, and although this push was pretty solid from West Broadway Drillers, it's going to be shut down pretty quickly. Ninja
is actually still under the basket, just causing chaos there in their side. It's going to be the last one to take out Ninja, but that's not going to, you know, it is going to delay them, of course, coming back into mid. When you have your junior being one of the last people coming back, Pika's going to make a bit of a mad dash to the basket, holding a clam with another teammate holding one as well. That's going to make them decide on whether or not they want to shred Pika or not. Looks like they did opt into shredding him before he gets to the basket, and he does lose the power clam as well in the process. Ninja moving up onto the right side, getting Shinx out of the way, which is great, honestly, for them, because that might cause them to lose that power clam permanently. That is a huge point. What is the word? It's a setback for them. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, it is going to be a setback. They're going to have to gain all those clams again. GTB is only holding on to one right now, and Pika's going to continue to do what he's been doing this entire game, which is just trying to run right up into this plat head first. But I feel like at this rate, they are starting to predict that, and they're looking for Pika.
It seems like a very scrappy game right now, and you're seeing a lot of these baller pushes coming out. You're seeing a lot of these kind of brute force tactics, right, in which trying to go down. We're seeing West Broadway Drillers handle it with tact in this state in the game. You know, not going down unnecessarily, not letting too many people come in, although Ips making some great movement and getting these clams in. West Broadway Drillers, the players were up, but it seemed like they were just dodging every single shot that they threw at them. That was impressive stuff. Sam going down, unfortunately, and Pika's just tearing people apart. Able to stop the bleeding is West Broadway Drillers, but now they do not have the lead.
Yeah, so unfortunately that lead got taken back from them, but they do still have a minute, and honestly, they don't really have too much to go through to get that lead back. The Nautilus already going down. That's going to give a man advantage to West Broadway. So, of course, Pika's doing exactly what he's been doing this entire time. But Ninja, at the same time, is going to get the bubble push in there, and they do have a clam in there. They do have another pity clam. They just need to pick that up and jump over to him. But unfortunately, it's just going to be Devi left, so they weren't able to move fast enough on that. But keep in mind, with that pity clam still being there, they do have time to get another push. Even if Pika dunks this in, so long as they don't knock out, like, they're gonna have the large potential to come back from this. Only 1-1 on each side, but unfortunately Pika getting another pick there and getting into this very aggressive positioning is going to make it very, very hard for WBG to defend at this rate in the game. However, Devi is making very good plays here, picking up that pity to get them a new one when this basket closes.
That was looking very spicy. There's still some clams going in. Ips on the step, making some great plays. Cookie finally able to take out the last player.
But that's remaining. 3 down.
That's
and
3
there's
down.
only 15 seconds. Yeah, it's only the one on the basket, but maybe getting in there a little too fast, not knowing where Shinx quite was, and getting spotted by him. This isn't the end for WBG, though. They do have a lot of clams that they can come back with. This is not the end. Two down, split up over the teams. Unfortunately, getting picked out by that bomb there. Ninja has to make some plays here. He does have the bubbles ready, but unfortunately landing on one of Pika's bombs there.
They just ran out of time. It was so tragic. You saw how close they were to holding on to that last push that IDK Lul had thrown at them. They were maintaining control, and then just when they thought it was over, they had a couple of people sneak in, and then Pika was all up in their face, and the defense just barely broke down. And it was tough to see, but very well executed on the side of IDK Lul.
Yeah, IDK Lul did amazingly, and they have been doing amazingly so far in this tournament. I'm very impressed with how WBG was able to hold up that long. They didn't really get knocked out for a couple games. I can't even remember if they were knocked out the first game, but like they did stand their ground very well against these teams, and they were able to show that they can make these sorts of pushes, and they are able to defend decently against them, which is very impressive. So an excellent show from WBG so far in this tournament. That will be the end of the run for them, but honestly, in future testing rounds, I will be keeping more of an eye on them because I haven't in the past, and now I feel bad about it.
I'm sure that we'll see them again, and if you want to follow that team, do follow them on Twitter. I believe they're just West Broadway Grillers. And make sure to keep supporting them and keep supporting the teams of this community that come out to make this tournament what it is. I believe this is going to be the end of the line for Siren and I on the microphone, but please do stick around because there's a lot more great Splatoon to come in the last block of Testing Grounds Knockout Bracket. Siren, where can the people find you?
So it might be on the screen, or it has probably been on the screen earlier in the tournament, but you can find me on Twitter at Siren Banshee, or Siren Banshee with SHI instead of EE, but you can find me there. And what about you, Magic?
They can find me on Twitter at magic_octo on the screen, or on Twitch at magic8_ball. I do some Splatoon things. Sometimes. Occasionally. So, that's going to be it from us. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And don't go anywhere, because the rest of Top Cut Bracket is coming right up. See you guys.
See ya.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Testing Ground 6. We are in round 2 of this knockout stage, bracket, top cut, whatever you want to call it, and we are going to be giving you Arctic Moon versus a sous chef BEEhind the Sea. I'm just going to call this team chef. I am Pop Gun, joined on the mic by Stu, who is currently using the facilities. And these two teams are they're ready to get their set up and running. So we're not going to slow them down by our bodily functions. We're just going to keep on going here. Arctic Moon has technically on paper upset Southern Lights 3-2. But if you're familiar with Arctic Moon, they're a pretty good team. They have 2 testing ground victories under their belt. Looking to get a third one here coming up against Team Chef, who appears to be a pickup team, judging by the fact that their name is extremely long. But we're going to be starting off on Rainmaker at Black Belly, and we see the Stingray mains coming out on both sides with the Sea Jets, as well as a Camo Tentabrella coming out on the side of Arctic Moon Tri-Slosher double armor comp coming out for Team Chef. Hey, that's an Inkling player, authentic subbing for this team. How about that? Popping off some missiles there. Does go down to the Stingray. That Stingray coming out extremely quick on the side of Arctic Moon, but lo and behold, there's the Stingray coming right back at him from the side of Team Sous, as we see Sky trying to get a critical pick here on the right elbow. One player goes down, but Sky does go down themselves. And this is going to open up a door for Arctic Moon to try to get a push going with 2 players down on the side of Team Sous. Actually, no, this is Team Sous that is making the push here. Arctic Moon on the defense. Stingray coming out, and it is eventually going to take down Barry. But damage done, 53 points remaining. Not a huge score, but a score nonetheless for Team Chef. As we just finished the first action of play here. You know, Tri-Slosher, a really good pick for this map, obviously, and it's currently working out in the favor of Team Chef, as the Tri-Slosher currently top fragging. Got 5 kills right there, as we see Twig. Whoa, well, actually, this is a scary situation for Arctic Moon. Twig, being the last player alive, does get a huge pick there before going down to a splat bomb themselves, but this is going to open up an opportunity for Team Chef if they can find a way to get a few more picks as players are spawning back in to add to their lead. You see Authentic trying to create a little bit of space there, get open. Barry painting, leading the way, but a lot of bomb pressure coming out on the side of Arctic Moon, trying to stall this push, but there Authentic finds a way to slip past a few of those suction bombs and gets the lead even further into the favor of Team Chef. Arctic Moon, 2 minutes gone down. It looks like they've cleared out all of the Team Chef players initially stopping this push, so this is going to end up being the first push for Arctic Moon. They're opting to go this left side with the help of the Stingray, but a counter Stingray coming out will shut down the push. 50 points scored, but it's not going to be enough to take lead, and with the Stingray being the last player left alive, Sky in a 1v1 does lose the 1v1 as Dark is able to get a very nice victory there, but the bombs coming in, it's not going to result in much in terms of this push being continued by Arctic Moon, as the Rainmaker will reset as we just now cross the halfway point. Once again, you look at the top of the scores there, the Tri-Slosher for Team Chef really working out well into their favor. And you got to think, with the score they have right here and with the weapons they have, all they got to do is just get a Stingray ready at the right time to pull out a defense. As you see right away, as Arctic Moon immediately picks up the Rainmaker, the Stingray comes out and does shut down the push right then and there. So as long as Team Chef is able to have the specials they need to hold on to this defense, they will be able to just kind of turtle up and just kind of ride and coast this game out for the next minute and 40 seconds. But it looks like they're not just trying to turtle up, they're trying to just keep the pressure on as they try to take the Rainmaker along that half-pipe side. Does get taken down by the Stingray, but Arctic Moon, they do have the players up, and they do have some specials to work with, and they are leading the charge, but it looks like the Rainmaker did get picked up, but taken down from behind. The splashdown getting Quick splashdown going down, and we see just a few players on each side testing out. Neither team looking to grab the Rainmaker just yet. It looks like Arctic Moon waiting for their players to come back in, and now they're going to try to get this push going. But what? Almost right on cue comes the Stingray to just shut everything down. 1 minute left to go here in the game. Arctic Moon in a bit of a dire as Team Chef is just holding on and doing all the right plays necessary. Whenever Arctic Moon seems like they have an opportunity to get something going, the specials come out, the bombs come flying out, and it just shuts everything down here as we only have about 35 seconds left to go. Map control looks to be pretty even right now. And we do have some specials ready. That Stingray is ready, and it is coming firing out right now. If you're Arctic Moon, that is what you want to see. The counter Stingray came out, but it's not enough, and that is a wipe. Oh, that is so critical for Team Chef to get that wipe right there. It looks like they are not going to pop it. Instead, they're just going to try to keep Arctic Moon from coming in and getting to that Rainmaker with only 7 seconds left to go. We do see the Tenebrella trying to make a move there, and it's not enough. Team Chef doing everything they needed to just get a huge lead and had the Stingray exactly when they needed it to shut down all the Arctic Moon pushes and take this first game 1-0.
Gotta say, you did about as well as anyone could by themselves. Fantastic work by yourself, but while you might be able to do that solo, Clam Blitz is a team effort always on, especially on Black Belly Skate Park. And in noticing, I mean, just it seemed like that composition seems to work out just fine. It seemed rather safe, all things considered, especially for a tournament like Testing Grounds where you're trying to, do a whole bunch of new stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if
That's
you're
not a criticism necessarily, I'm just saying.
No,
yeah.
But I mean, if you're somebody who's just tired of seeing Stingray, well, sorry. I mean, Stingray just kind of decided that game there, as it usually does with Rainmaker. But now that we're going to Clam Blitz at Mako Mark, going to be a little bit of a different story here. But yeah, a nice win there by Team Chef. Again, Arctic Moon is a really strong team. They've won Testing Ground twice in the past. So a nice win there, opening up the set by Team Chef to put the pressure on them right away.
Oh, without a doubt, it was. It was well done all around. But my whole thing is Arctic Moon it seemed like they had the pushes in mind, but it was nullified pretty much every single time by Stingray. So it's just a general knowledge of when they wanted to pop those things. Defensive Stingray is never not a good idea on most of these competitive maps. So just works out, and they are Arctic Moon a victim of timing, I would say, in that instance. But when you're talking about Clam Blitz on Mako Mart, I'm not really sure what you're you're going to probably be aiming Stingray at the objective, sure. But obviously there's going to be a bevy of other stuff coming at you too. My question is, what room is there for experimentation in the meta for Clam Blitz as a whole? Not just on Mako Mark, but just in a general sense.
Well, if you want some experimentation, we do see a Hydra coming out from Team Dark right here.
I'll take it.
Which, if you're used to Arctic Moon, this isn't really something unique to them, but it's definitely something you don't see every day, as we see.
The in-depth goes down right away. Yeah, Dark is just going to kind of camp up out on the top, and obviously you're going to want to get as high as possible so those sprays can go as far as possible. The ink armor may well be deployed soon, but right now we're just seeing a sea of purple coming out. Sous Chef coming out and taking the fight right to them, and Dark not able to track down the fighter. They are able to get a barrier breakage, and I would say that's more of a defensive measure than anything else, but just as I say that, they get 41 points on the board. So that power clam that was sitting right behind the basket on green side will not be used, and Arctic Moon, it doesn't matter if you have a whole hallway. All it takes is an alley to get through to where you want to go.
You know, that was real interesting. It looked like Team Chef was going to be moving in to get a push there. You saw Darker on the backside, but somebody was able to just slip behind the Team Chef defenses and just kind of collapse on them there. So we see Arctic Moon now trying to do a more traditional push, just bullying their way into Team Chef's base there. But a nice trade there to shut down Twig, and that's going to kind of stall this game out a little bit and slow things down, or at least it will until Retchi gets a clam and throws it back there to Dark. But with that Tenebrella right in the middle of the map there, getting a push going, this could be another opportunity for Arctic Moon to put more points on the board.
I think when they're using the bamboo twig might be called cheat. I could be mistaken about that, but if I am wrong, please go ahead and correct me. Either way, Sparra right now on the end zap going to utilize those ink armors. Yeah, there's nothing innovative there, but I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, I mean, armor pretty much rules this game right now. As we see a huge push coming out for Arctic Moon, getting to just 33 remaining. They do have a lot more clams. I don't know if they're going to find a way to get them in. The power clam does slip by, though. I don't know how they got underneath Sky's arcing tri-slosher there, but just enough to get 20 more points on the board for Arctic Moon, as they're having a nice bounce back from taking the L earlier in this set.
Thing that is a little bit concerning. You're not going to get those sustained barrier breakages like maybe we saw a little bit on low ink with the Hydra, because if they are coming back in, you're sort of expecting nice cheeky little splat there, I will say, by Barry, although that power clam is going to get taken out. Swig is going to come right back in with that K52, trying to make life hell under the basket, and indeed succeeds in doing so. They're going to get another barrier breakage, and they might just want to knock this out right away, because if that Hydra is going to come up, yeah, you're not really expecting the rush down Hydra, are you? So you're not going to get the sustained pushes that maybe you were wanting from out of them, at least in terms of getting numbers forward. They are 2 clams away, so they can seal it, but they will choose not to. 94-0 is the score as it stands. 1.5 minute remaining, and Sous Chef right now kind of hanging on the ropes.
There was a really good play there by Twig to keep the score going, mainly because they were the last player left alive, and that would have been would have given Team Chef a huge opportunity to get a push going there, but ultimately not going to matter, as Arctic Moon bounces back from losing that Rainmaker game to dominating this game 2 to tie up the set at 1-1. Obviously, a much better mode for Arctic Moon that time around, as things worked out in their favor, and doing it without specials. Twig not popping a single Booyah Bomb. Who needs specials when you can just kill people with your main weapon? But I mean, you saw so many critical plays there on Mako Mark Clam Blitz. If you get wiped at any point, that could be deadly, just because of how close the 2 enemy baskets are to each other. So if you get wiped, you're basically surrendering the entire map. But Arctic Moon just never got wiped there, and on their pushes, you saw somebody staying alive, throwing clams into the basket, not so much adding points, but just delaying the timer so that Team Chef just could never get situated there, and they could never get settled to start something.
Yeah, so it seems, and really just not able to get in at all. The closest that they were ever able to threaten was behind the basket, and it looked like they could very well have gotten that barrier breakage, but Arctic Moon were left too clear a path for Sous Chef to be able to handle. And Macomar, yeah, it's definitely a versatile map, but you are able to just kind of waltz down Main Street and go on up and grab whatever you want from off of the top shelf. So that's going to be what Arctic Moon employs in that particular instance, and they're going to take full advantage of that, going up 1-1. But going to splat zones on Schellendorf Institute, certainly some choice opinions to be had about this matchup, but it really might just come down again to someone who's willing to utilize something like, say, a Hydra Splatling, hint hint, in order to control this, and in order to control the zone from up above.
You know, it's going to come down to what their comps are, as we see. Okay, we are going to see an actual anchor weapon coming out on the side of Team Chef in the Fire Fin. I didn't know what they were capable of doing, because we've only seen Sea Jet and Bamboo, but now we see a Charger coming out. So if you're Dark, that's something you're kind of worried about. Obviously, with Schellendorf, it comes down to the 2 anchors you have on the top of the map. Can you keep your anchor safe and at the same time harass the enemy anchor? But the battle, at least matchup type, is going to go into the favor of the Charger versus that slow Splatling. As we see so far, it is currently working out into Team Chef favors. They do have an opening push going here.
And you kind of pushed upon one of my other concerns with this composition. Maybe it is a little slow. Maybe it's not turf focused enough for something like Splat Zones. Now, I get the circumstance. You're on Schellendorf. It's a little bit awkward if you are an anchor to begin with. You're trying to have to reach down if you want to. You're aiming basically straight down if you want to get the zone that's closest to you. Nice shot there on the K-Machine by Twig. But you really are kind of relying solely on picks if you're Arctic Moon, because they can take over the zone in the blink of an eye. And the canopy does not deploy in time. It seems like Authentic is going to take full advantage of that. And again, we're not even a couple seconds in, but they're ready to take this again, and Authentic ready to take heads as well.
Authentic, what are you doing? You're supposed to be a low ink player, not destroying teams in round 2 of Testing Grounds Top Cut. What a performance they're putting on so far in this set here, as we see Twig going down to Barry. But yeah, obviously Splats are kind of a huge deal in this map. Paint is kind of awkward because a lot of action goes on up top there, and you can't really paint all those glasses. If you just look at the KAs, it seems like neither anchor has an opportunity to get comfortable. So that's been working out in the favor of these aggressive players. But really, this game, once again, it's just going to come down who can keep their anchor the most comfortable so that they can start getting the splats that they're going to need to keep control of zone. And so far, it looks like that's an answer both teams are going to have to come up with.
And still just hanging on for dear life, it feels like, is Arctic Moon, specifically because of the speed of this composition that sous are bringing. I wouldn't even necessarily say that they're being outplayed, or Arctic Moon, because I'd say far from it, really. It's just it's taken a lot more effort to achieve what sous chef is doing seemingly in the blink of an eye with this very mobile, very assertive composition. Though that Hydra, definitely no shortage of things to say to the opposition themselves. They're going to have to take a shot in the back as soon as the Ultra Stamp comes out.
There we go.
Anchor is going to take the other one out. Good shot there on the splatter scope. And sous chef. The Hydra not able to achieve what they're really wanting to in this one, Pop.
No, and again, part of the issue, even though the Firefin isn't getting a lot of kills up to this point, the Authentic sure as heck is. But the Charger is just keeping the Hydra in check. You don't want to poke your head out too long, or else. I think we've actually seen the Firefin get a couple of picks there on the Charger up in this game. But Dark gets a little bit of a revenge, and that is just when they needed to get it. What a play there by Dark to stall the zone. What would have been what it looked like it was going to be a KO, and they do find Authentic around the corner there and do take them out. So here we go. Arctic Moon in their first real situation to do some damage. They do lose their in zap, but Twig, it's going to have to come down to Twig. They can attack pretty much the entire map from anywhere with that that Kinsa machine weapon. Can they get the picks that they need of the players up on the glass? It looks like they're going to try to focus zone, but with 2 players going down, there's only so much you can do to outpaint all that. So a nice hold there, and a nice response by Arctic Moon to keep this game going. But they're going to need to find a way to get some more picks like they just did.
Yeah, all the credit in the world. Arctic Moon has not been, I wouldn't even say necessarily outplayed. It's just they're kind of been out-comped more than anything else. And now sous chef cutting into their penalty. It could very well expire here, though it is an absolute dogfight in the zone. The splashdown is going to put control into contention, and soon enough, Arctic Moon et al. are going to finally wrest control back from sous chef and cut into the penalty themselves right now. 64-96 in favor of sous chef as we count down the final 10 seconds. And sous chef trying to get the zone back, but this is about the position where I think you would want to be if you're Arctic Moon. And
that is
dealing with the faster composition. Here comes Dark, trying to get this going here, down past the 80-point mark. The Charger pestering them from up above, trying to paint the zone. However, they're trying to cut in, and you're just barely having the 2 people go down. That is going to be it for Sous Chef, bringing it back and not relinquishing the lead. That is a tough one if you are Arctic Moon, but again, Beed kills Pop Gun.
So Arctic Moon's push there was made possible by the fact that they took out the Charger, and finally Dark was able to have room to do what they needed to do. You saw them drop down to the bottom of the zone, and that forced all the players to respawn to push out to the sides to deal with the range that Dark had on the Hydra, and they were doing a good job of picking off those guys. You saw Authentic getting taken down by Twig as they were trying to shark on the left glass, but ultimately when they had to turn their attention away from killing people and try to just hold on to the zone for the last 4 seconds there, that's when Team Chef just kind of jumped in on them and got the 2 picks they needed, and ultimately they couldn't overcome the bomb rush from the fire fin. So great plays back and forth by both teams, but ultimately Team Chef just did too much damage earlier in the match for Dark Moon or Arctic Moon to overcome, and now they're in this best of 5. Team Chef 2 games up on the defending champion Arctic Moon. As we now go to tower control at main stage, and the question is Dark going to stick to that Hydra, or are they going to switch to something more traditional for this map and mode, which would be the heavy remix?
You know, it is interesting that you said Dark Moon. It did kind of feel like everything was dependent on what Dark was able to do, and certainly that ability to stay alive, that movement with the Hydra came in so clutch at the end of that game. And it seems like they are, in fact, going to stick with the Hydra. I will say, though, I am impressed with Sous Chef's ability to single out the NZAP when they need to, because, I mean, it seemed like a lot of those penalties that they were cut into, Arctic Moon could very well have had the lead if they had an Ink Armor or 2 at their disposal, and they really didn't have it on a lot of those pushes. They were staggered quite early because they were able to focus on Spara and that NZAP.
Well, they might not need Ink Armor right now if they just kill everybody straight up. 3 kills. It looked like the Charger had to jump out. So here's a strong opening push here from Arctic Moon, but that jump out is going to allow a Stingray to come out. Dark dying as soon as they land on tower. What Arctic Moon does pop armor here is they try to get past this first checkpoint. It looks like they'll be able to do just that. They survived the Stingray just long enough to see Twig trying to get in position to at least keep the fight away from the tower, but Authentic making a nice pick there. However, the first checkpoint does fall into the favor of Arctic Moon, so even though this push might be done here, Arctic Moon got what they wanted out of that opening first minute. A very strong first minute for them.
Yeah, as long as they're able to maintain midfield control, I think they may very well be good. Arctic Moon has been so good for so long and featured pretty prominently in a couple of the IPL tournaments here in the past few months. That Ink Wall proving to be effective, and Twig is going to get a double out of it. They're hunting for more. In comes the Charger. One splat in and up, Jack. You better make it 3. Make it a quad. Authentic goes down, and the Arctic Moon rises again above Starfish main stage. They're looking to expand their lead. Sous Chef trying to fight back.
Twig looks like they're playing a little pissed off. It looks like they're a little upset that they lost that last game and taking their frustration out on Team Chef right here. Are they going to clear? They are. That is such a huge checkpoint to clear. And with 2 players down, this might just be a KO if Arctic Moon plays their cards just right. This third checkpoint, they're a little bit past it. 2 players going down. You saw them push up, trying to do some damage at the enemy spawn. And that is a wipe on the side of Arctic Moon, but damage done. That is a huge score on this map. And Arctic Moon, I don't think they're going to take the pressure off. I don't think they're going to take the foot off the gas pedal. They're playing very angry right now, and so far it's working for them, honestly.
Yeah, Reshi and company doing everything they possibly could. That quad, though, by that K52 cannot be understated how huge that was right before they were about to cut into the score. And yeah, you're going right into this spawn, that's for sure. But here you go. Yeah, you thought they were finished? Get out of here, man. And again, with the triple, Dark is going to man the tower, and they're going to continue riding on into the territory of Sous Chef. At the very least, bury the tower into a sea of purple ink. See what you can do about that. And the Charger going to be taken down yet again. Spara trying to find a measure of redemption, is not able to find it up on that snipe against the Tri-Slosher, who is performing admirably in the face of adversity, though the checkpoint is about to be cleared. If they are not able to take care of it, they do in fact get on the tower. And Sous Chef, I mean, dodging bullets yet again, but not nearly enough. They can't score if Arctic Moon keeps rushing them down like this.
Yeah, Arctic Moon isn't letting them breathe. They're not giving them an opportunity to make something happen. They're not going to turtle up. They're just keeping the offense coming, and it's working out, and it's working out. It's gonna result in some really high KAs for Arctic Moon because they're just winning. They're just finding themselves constantly in 1v0s. They're fighting people who don't realize they're in the middle of a fight. As Spara takes down 2 people right there, and it isn't even going to wait for backup. It's going to hunt down Authentic and send him right back to their spawn. So here we go. Once again, not turtling up, not trying to hold on to this lead. They're looking for the KO here with 40 seconds left to go. I love this aggression from them. It's working out so well.
Yeah, it does look good on them, doesn't it? We've seen them employ something like this in tournaments as of late, and still just trying to push this tower into the zone, that splash wall. They're going to be seeing that in their nightmares, will Sous Chef, if this goes the way of Arctic Moon. And they're at the checkpoint. I think the Stingray actually went away, but they're not able to get bodies in on the tower until Reshi decides, you know what? Forget that. We're going to go for the kill. They're still manning the tower. Not only for so long, however. You know, you get into a 2v1, there's only so much you can do, but now the onus is on Sous Chef to ride this out. You got to take care of Spara if you want a chance at this. They have 3 on the tower at the moment, and eventually they do get taken down. Now's the time to start working on midfield. Where's the pressure coming from, Pop Gun?
Well, this looks to be the first time that Arctic Moon actually has to play defense here. You see Twig looking to get 20 KAs. They're just hunting around. Dark gets the nice pick there. Sky's been playing extremely well for his Team Chef up to this point in this game. But yeah, with 3 players going down there, I don't even know where the Charger is, but it's not near tower, and that is going to force a decisive Game 5 here. Winner moving on to Grand Finals. Loser going to be testing out things in the 3rd place match. But man, Arctic Moon, that was just a 5-minute... That was just a 5-minute butt whooping there. Look at Twig finishing at 21 KA. But not, you know, the reason that game lasted the whole 5 minutes plus some change in overtime, it wasn't a KO, is that every time Sky was the last player left alive, they were getting key picks to stop things from getting just too, well, I mean, it got completely out of hand, but keeping it from still keep the window open for Team Chef to come back there. But now, if you're Arctic Moon, obviously you're going into Game 5 with all of the momentum, but if you're Team Chef, you're thinking, hey, we beat these guys on the last Rainmaker map. Now, it's just going to come down to, obviously, a Stingray battle like we saw last time, but Team Chef, you got to be thinking, hey, we won it last time. We can do it again here.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, right? Because not to be outdone, you did see Spara kind of come back into form and do their work. They had 14 splats on the end zap, so yeah, just a fright in midfield. Probably one of the reasons why they were able to keep the tower in Sous Chef's half for most of that match. And here we go with game number 5, the Humpback Pump Track. We go. And again, they'll be trying to make it rain. It's a fast mode and certainly some fast things to go along with it. Dark is going to be forced off of that Hydra. Yeah, you ain't playing Hydra on Rainmaker B. We all know that. So Jet Sculpture Duel perhaps deciding this one, as well as, well, it wouldn't be Rainmaker without, you know, a few Stingrays. Authentic popping off already, and a triple in midfield. Headhunting. That canopy may be the only saving grace as the retreat is on, but still gives Sous Chef ample space with which to work as they are going to be attacking from the right.
That was such a monster play by Authentic. Oh, and this could be even worse with 2 players down. You see Dark caught in an awkward position. Dark is the last player left alive. Chaps with taking down the Rainmaker. They do just enough to get the assist there as Twig comes in and gets the kill. But a huge push as you see players jumping out. It looks like they're just going to abandon this push, but damage done. This is how they won last time. They got a huge lead early, and then they just posted Stingray their way to victory from here on out. As you see the Stingray already coming out and taking down the Rainmaker. You saw the build at the very beginning. Tenacity and 2 mains of special charge up. You're just going to see Stingray after Stingray after Stingray from Team Chef for the next 3 minutes. And Arctic Moon's going to have to find a way to take down that Sea-Jet if they want to get anything going here.
Should I be a jerk and make you figure out how many points Sous Chef has right now, or should I just say it? Because I can do whatever you want, Popgun.
You can just say they got 23 remaining. But
I mean, I could, I suppose, yeah, but and in fact they do. So you're correct about that. Either way, Reshi is trying to shark Authentic, having none of it. They're going to get 2 right in the corner. It's a full team wipe. Good effort by Sous Chef, but certainly that K52 has been leading the offense the entire time, trying to add on to the 77 points that they have accrued. That the tandem missiles and the splash wall is going to prevent progress just a little bit, and that could very well be the saving grace, at least keeping it from getting into the opposite zone. And I think the message has been sent by Arctic Moon. If you want to get in and win this thing, you're going to have to do it from a less optimal route than the one that you picked.
I don't know about using the Stingray right now. It seems like they got to save them just to counter the ones that are coming out from Team Chef. Because those have just been so damning up to this point as the Rainmaker does get reset. We are now across the halfway point here. We like to see the aggression coming from Team Chef here. You know, they're not just completely turtling up. They're trying to do what Arctic Moon did to them, which is find a way to get the KO even though you got the huge lead, which is what you need to do. You need to keep playing offensively even when things are working out in your favor. But if you overextend like a few players are right now, that can leave the door open for a team to possibly come back here. If Reshi can get a pick here, that might be able to create something. Instead, we're just kind of locked into midfield here. But once again, look who has the Stingray ready and who's going to fire it as soon as Arctic Moon picks up the Rainmaker, popping armor here just to kind of help with the Stingray that is eventually coming. And where you go, it's coming out, takes out 2 players, push immediately stops.
Yeah, and not able to go much further than that. That's, I mean, it seemed like it took a whole lot of effort for Sous Chef to get the Rainmaker to where they were. I can only imagine what it's going to take for Arctic Moon to do the same as, again, Sous Chef trying to carry it forward, gets the splat on Reshi. That's going to be a trade that they're not necessarily happy with, but either way, you got it within your own the other half of the field, so I think you're generally fine. Twig may have overextended just a little bit, and indeed that assertion is going to be proven right as they're trying to carry it through our Sous Chef. The barrier is going to be popped 3-2 on the map, and they're going to try to carry this forward. That splash wall has been a thorn in the side of Sous Chef for just a little bit too long. They will be taken out in midfield. They're trying to get this push going. Scara gets just absolutely ganked by Authentic.
If Authentic wasn't sharking right there, that might have been the game, honestly. It looked like there was a window, and there still might be with that hammer pushing through, but Authentic getting the Rainmaker, are they going to be able to drop it off? No. That might create an opportunity for something, but they need to find an answer for this Stingray. They have to come up with something. It doesn't look like... Oh, we do see a raid coming out early. It looks like they're trying to take down, but that's...
Oh, Authentic! Beautifully rushed down there with this with the K shot. That's going to be a full wipe, and Sous Chef hangs on. You saw the defense trying to get set up. Authentic said, no. This is where I come in and I dash your dreams in twain. And Sous Chef is going to move on by a score of 3-2, and you saw the effort paying off. 19 splats for Authentic, Barry 15 to go along with the 7 ink armors. Some of them ever so crucial to the 77-point push that they got.
And what a great performance there by Team Chef. They basically showed you how to play Rainmaker in 2020. You get the wipes early on, you get the huge lead. And you think back to the opening of this game, it looked like Arctic Moon was going to have a huge push early on. They took out 2 Team Chef players and picked up the Rainmaker, but Authentic, being one of the last players left alive, got a triple out of nowhere, and that just opened up the door for Team Chef to dominate from there on out. But what a performance there, knocking out Arctic Moon, a very strong up-and-coming team, looking to be one of the top teams in North America, and Team Chef here, with the assistance of a low ink player from Fluency, top fragging in that last game, are going to be moving on to grand finals against I don't know LOL, who just upset Desire. Wow. I guess we're going to be bringing you that very shortly.
Yeah, Desire going down. That is an interesting one, especially considering their performance in not low ink. Excuse me.
SOS, I think.
Yeah, in SOS. What can we say? We do a lot here at IPL, but yeah, it was a performance worthy of showcasing. But I mean, these are 2 teams that are worth showcasing in their own right. So IDK, LOL earning their spot against Sous Chef here. So yeah, once again, you're watching twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, your home for premier weekly Splatoon action alongside Popgun. I am Mazer Stu, the announcer, and it's been Inky on the on production pretty much the entire time. The entire crew here really deserves a whole lot of praise. Obviously, people like Kraken, people like JPEG, TOs like Grace, and just everyone who has a hand in Inkling Performance Labs definitely deserves a shout out. But it feels like it's growing to be so many that it's hard to keep up with all the things that we have, and it really just goes to show how much work that they do, especially since we have even more stuff like High Ink coming up later this month.
You mean that tournament that Destiny Troops is going to win next Saturday?
Yeah, I knew that we were going to get the Destiny Troops shout out. I knew that because you're even looking for a junior yourself, right? Is this a potential recruitment tool that you've got going on here?
Well, I mean, these players seem to be a little bit out of our league. I'll tell you that right now, just watching what they were putting on here, and especially what the talent that we're about to see in grand finals coming up here. First game being Clam Blitz at Piranha Pit. Is this best of 7? It is a best of 7. Okay, so all right, so
something to be said, because we were talking about Swimmer Sync, and it wound up being taken home by Priority, who are themselves former low ink winners and will be participating in High Ink. So yeah, it just goes to show, if you're able to climb the ladder, you can do pretty much whatever you want within the confines of this game, or certainly anywhere in life. But of course, you want to figure out, in order to do that, you got to figure out what works and what doesn't. And for that, you're going to need yourself a testing ground. So Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit is going to be what starts us off as soon as we're just kind of hanging on the 0 for whatever reason.
Yeah,
and yes,
it's fishy there.
Yeah. I mean, servers are what they are, but certainly these players are what they are, and they are among the elite in North American Splatoon. So here we go. Welcome to Grand Finals here at Testing Ground. To Piranha Pit we go for game number 1, and taking a look at the compositions, the Soda Slosher coming out. And yeah, I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing from both teams. They want to be aggressive, and Sous Chef picking right up where they left off.
Yeah, and I don't know is coming out with a very paint aggressive comp, which is really going to help out the in control player there on the Nautilus. Is that Madness? I'll have to look at the roster later. But right now we're seeing a huge opportunity here for Sous Chef. They did have one player knocked out, and they did have a bunch of clams, but it looks like everybody has come back. Okay, it's Shinex, not Madness there on the Nautilus. But no, double baller comp, and 2 players going down here for Team Sous Chef. As it looks like we're gonna have our first push by I don't know,
Yeah, Shinex is going to get that first barrier breakage. A trade right by the basket could provide some opportunity. However, well cleaned up by the other individuals on the team, saying you will go no further. And that is 20 points on the board for IDK LOL for sure. But still, that's it's a weird name, I know, but whatever. Sky is going to at least try to lock them out even further. I'm not sure how many more locks they need, but then again, if you're in grand finals at any point, the answer is not enough. Good pick there on Shinex by Barry.
Yeah, this is a very nice kill there by the junior on the Nautilus, and that ultimately will delay a push or at least slow it down a little bit. Pika getting a nice pick there, using Baller here, kind of trying to create a room, but looks like all their players died right behind them. Pika, there's just going to be a jump. They tried to take it before the jump comes in. They know there is a push coming on here by Sous Chef, and they are going to get lead and possibly a whole lot more damage done as well on top of that. And just as I say that, it looks like their team is actually going to get wiped. But damage done, lead will go into their favor, but it's not a lead that they're going to feel comfortable with at all, especially losing all the players that they did is just going to open up the door here for I Don't Know to get a good push off of themselves. And this is the push that they really wanted, as they're getting a lot of points on the board. And might just, okay, they do get a delayed wipe, but it should be enough to where players can come back in and slow down a counter push there. So there you go. Team Chef made a push right there, but lost too many players in the process, and that ultimately just left the door wide open for an I Don't Know counter push.
Well, the fact that they were able to get the points in while they could, that is a complete wipe on the side. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm saying. You're able to clear them all out all at once. You're going to get rewarded with defensive stops and Authentic trying to get cute right by the basket, but that's going to be a jump all the way across the court, the barrier breakage, and yeah, there you go. IDK is going to take that game number 1, and it was as decisive as you wanted it to be. One team was able to stop the bleeding by their basket, the other team was not. And the team that did, winds up getting rewarded. Shinex with double-digit splats and really good performances all across the board. And yeah, it really just came down to defensive movement by the basket.
Yeah, pop the enemy basket at your own risk. That was twice. Both of those huge pushes came as a result of Team Chef popping the basket but getting wiped in the process, just opening up the field. And you saw Shinex down at the enemy base. All they had to do was jump to them, and they just dominated from there. So it was, it's almost like they just let them score. They're like, come on in, pop our basket for us, just give us an extra mercy clam to work with. And it, ultimately just the experience. Now that I'm actually looking at the roster, we got an in control player here, Pika from Azure, IPS. I don't know what that tag is, but I know IPS is experienced player. So this team using a little bit of their experience here to get that first win as we move on to game 2 very quickly. Both teams readying up super fast.
Yeah, so
it's almost like it's midnight or something. They want to get this over with.
You would think, right? I mean, hey, not everyone is nocturnal, so I'm definitely sympathetic to that problem, but whatever. If it takes all night, I am more than cool with that. So it just means more Splatoon to watch and more Splatoon to cast for me. So if you fall asleep, I can take over, man. You already did a game by yourself. So you got a charger popping up here, and I'm not seeing as much inkjet on the side of Sous Chef, which I don't know. I find it.
They didn't change. I don't know. LOL didn't change their comp at all. Literally the 4 same exact weapons. So I guess if it works on Clan Blitz, maybe it should work here on Splat Zones at Wacky World as well. But the opening lead coming out, at least initially into the favor of Sous Chef, but now we're starting to see the counter push coming from LOL. I don't know. There's just an absolute bar fight going on right here. Okay, it does eventually switch purple, but kind of an awkward exchange that ultimately went into I don't know. I don't know what was favored.
Maybe maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I do find it entertaining that you choose to not abbreviate, I don't know, but you still abbreviate LOL. That's just, and that's not a criticism. I just find that genuinely amusing. So that's IDKL. It's not I don't know laughing out loud, and that's cool to me, honestly. I respect it. That's a choice. No, so that's IDKL. IDK is going to come right back in. 62 points on the board for them before Sous Chef is able to get the zone back. And they're going to try to employ those ink armors to try to get the, try to at least contest the zone. They were successful in that regard, and indeed, they wind up taking 2 bodies. And yeah, Sous Chef is going to get their push stopped right there. Pretty decent on the uptake, our IDK. And yeah, it seems like they're going with speed in this instance, and it seems to be working out just fine. They're just a little bit more mobile and working in and out in the zone, especially on those areas around the side of the zone.
You know, we saw Pika kind of push way up there, but it's almost, if you're used to seeing low ink, you're used to seeing a lot of Tetra plays. Brush kind of works in the same sense of a Tetra as far as just being that annoying fly that you spend so much time trying to spot it that as soon as you turn around, you don't realize 2 people are shooting you in the back of the head. And that kind of tactic worked out into IDK LOL's favor right there, but the zone now once again back into control of Sous Chef. They're going to need to find a way to get a few picks here or there if they want to hold on to the zone long enough to get rid of all of these penalty points. And that's exactly what they're doing. 2 players going down. Baller going off in the middle. That should be Pika's brush. And the last player going down. So the last player alive is stuck in the middle. Should die and does. But it looked like the brush did take 2 players down with them off screen. And now Shinex sniffing now. Oh, but awkwardly falls down, trying to find a way to come up.
Yeah, that's a rough way to go out. And Sous Chef able to take back the zone right away, still adding on to their point total. Not able to get that frag right away, but eventually practice makes perfect. Certainly the case for any team, and yeah, they're just going to clean up the trash here and secure the victory. And Sous Chef ties the set up at 1. IDK shaking their heads right now, as yeah, they couldn't really get back in. Sous Chef very good at locking them out.
Ultimately, they just did a good job of dealing with that brush there in that last push, and just used the specials right when they needed it to hold on to the zone. So yeah, you know, they just played better for about 30 seconds, which is really all you need to win a game in Splatoon, especially in mode like Splat Zones, where if you just hold the zone long enough, it'll just tick all the way and you don't have to worry about too much else. But now we're going to a slower mode like Tower Control. Obviously, the last time we saw Team Sous Chef play Tower Control, they got absolutely obliterated by Arctic Moon. So we'll see if they can find a way to come out with more aggression to start off the match, and find a way to where they can play from in front instead of having to play catch up.
Yeah, and this is a rough way to it's kind of a rough way to lose this one, but you also, weirdly enough, didn't see a whole lot of Inkjet in that game, and I get that this is testing grounds. You're trying to sort things out. I think taking to the skies may have come in handy the way that IDK were playing. Excuse me, the way that Sous Chef were playing.
I don't know if we've seen an Inkjet at all since you and me have been commentating up to this point. Honestly,
you know, now that you mention it, that's true. But you know, it just means you get to try out a bunch of other stuff. We've seen a few Ultra Stamps. That was fun.
Now I wonder if Team IDK LOL is just going to use the same exact Vanilla Nautilus, Vanilla Mini, Nouveau Ink Brush, and a Junior that they've been busting out this whole time. I found it interesting that they picked the same exact comp that they did in the Clan Blitz game. I would assume they would do some sort of change here. Inkjet, like you mentioned, works out really well in this map, especially if you can cheese and get on that ink fan wall. So maybe the other Nautilus will be coming out here, but we do actually see an Inkjet coming out for the side of Sous Chef, is in the form of the Octoshot coming from Authentic the sub from Fluency. But the only a couple of changes on the side of, I don't know, coming out with the Soda Slosher and a Foil Flingza. There's a little bit of experimentation there.
Yeah, and we do see the Nautilus, but it's not the 79 that we're used to seeing, because we have seen compositions similar to what we saw from IDK on Wahoo World with the Nautilus 79 in conjunction with the Mini Splatling, when we saw Biscuit and Bagel using those two in conjunction. But when, again, Authentic taking the skies with the Inkjet like we were alluding to. No points on the board just yet before sous chef take the tower for their opening gambit. And you're not going to get too far when you got Shinex kind of hanging out there. Luckily, he's taken care of, and it's 2-2 on the map. You're going to see some respawning back in quick succession, but the missiles are going to try to take care of everyone up top. Missiles are going to try to take care of them as well. So, as we're seeing right now, I mean, we're seeing a whole other Nautilus, and I mean, I get it's time for experimentation, right? So why not see what this thing can do as well? It's not like the Nautilus is the problem.
Well, so far, Shinex with 3KA without using a single special, so I guess it doesn't really matter what weapon of the Nautilus you pick. The main weapon itself is still really good at just mowing down players that hold forward against it. But Pika coming off rush into the Soda Slosher here as Team IDK starts to get their first push going as they try to get past this first checkpoint. Might be a little bit difficult to do considering their foil Flingza has already died, and the bamboo is raining down the tower. But the Nautilus sneaking behind everybody. How did they get up there? Taking down the bamboo before ultimately dying themselves. So interesting, they found a way to slip past behind everybody, but it doesn't look like it's going to result into any points on the board. Instead, Team Chef is now in a position to get a good push going themselves, and this is exactly what I mentioned. If you're Team Chef, you want to get this lead early so that you can just kind of coast and play defense without having to worry about the pressure of trying to regain the lead. So far in this first half of this game, they put all the pressure on IDK, and we haven't really seen a response from them yet.
Yeah, more than halfway through this game, 47-12 is the score at the moment. Simply cannot get past that plat, but I mean, sous chef haven't really, IDK have not really been able to get up to the plat at all. Good lockdown play by sous chef, and I did want to ask you a question. This Nautilus, I mean, you're not getting the inkjet like is so prized in many parts of the meta, but you are getting this baller like you're seeing right now, and I have to think that that's going to help you get up to the platform just a little bit. Of course, maybe popped a little early, and it's going to be IDK losing the tower 2 points short of getting the lead, or at least tying, as that's a complete team wipe for sous chef.
Well, you're talking about that Nautilus. Another thing is the sub that's on it. It has a point sensor. Which we haven't really seen get flung a lot up in this game. And instead of the suction bomb being a really good special for tower control, you just throw it on the tower and everyone has to basically get off. So, yeah, there has to be a reason why they're sticking to the vanilla Nautilus, but I don't think it's been... I don't think the Nautilus is why they're losing right here, but if you want to talk about the Nautilus, it is kind of it's unique that they're going with that one. But so far, I think the main story here is just the picks are coming at the right time for sous chef. I mean, you look at the top of the screen and you would think that IDK is the one winning here, but instead they're just when they need them instead of having to get them on the defensive end.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, because the baller, the stuff with the baller, and certainly being able to get people up in the office with the point sensor, just trying to track people down, it's just another part that assists with the shot calling. So it's not that I think it can't work. It just feels like it's a little bit easier to implement in theory than it is in practice, and perhaps that's the crux of the issue. Perhaps it's just getting a little complicated as sous chef is going to ride this all the way into their opposition's territory, going to vacate the tower just a little bit as they are going to super jump out and set up for defense. There is a sea of blue ink to get through, however. This is where you need that Nautilus to go to work, and it starts off with Authentic, who's been leading KAs, for quite some time now. So that Octo Shot off of the board, and certainly a defensive Inkjet may not be a thing as well. They're going to get an Ink Armor, going to allow themselves to get up into the plat, and you gotta wonder when that baller is going to come out, but it won't! It gets splatted by the bomb. Authentic has the revenge. Taken out by the Charger as well, and that's going to be all she wrote. On the plat is where the hopes of IDK will end at Anchovy Games Tower Control, and 56-45, your final score for this one. Yeah, that's pretty even disbursement of splats all across the board, and even though they were out-fragged, just a little bit more efficient up on the top than their opposition were.
Yeah, getting kills doesn't add points to the scoreboard. It's when you get the kills, and right there we just saw Sous Chef getting them at the right time whenever they were doing defensive pushes. We didn't really see a huge push. That's not really a huge score. I don't even think they made it to the second checkpoint. Team Sous Chef did, but they did enough offensively to where they could just get the picks they needed on the defensive side to get the win there. A nice bounce back from the last tower control game we saw them play for sure. But now we're heading over to Rainmaker, and well, I guess the question is how many Stingrays can Sous Chef bust out this game, and more so, what is going to be IDK's answer to what is going to be a Stingray barrage. It looks like they're rating up really quickly, so I think they're not going to have a counter ray to work with. They are going to have missiles that can discombobulate a Stingray a little bit. So we're just waiting to see. Yeah, pretty much their traditional comp coming back out with the ink brush, the mini this time around. So I mean, this is a pickup team, so you whatever weapons you have is what you have, but we'll see how this works against this Stingray here. But it's going to come down to, can they put the pressure on Sous Chef? They need to get a lead early here and force Sous Chef to use those Stingrays for offense instead of defense.
Yeah, but then again, if you're talking about that might just be the case. I think I spied with my little eye tenacity on that. Yeah, on that thing. So yeah, there you go. I think that they're more than happy with the prospect of using defensive Stingrays.
And with the mini going down, so about a minute gone by, and neither team has picked up the Rainmaker just yet. And this might be an opportunity to do just that. With one player going down, Shinex going down as well. And they're going to take the short route that's going to get them a lot of points. They might not get the KO here, but this is what they want. They want to get a huge lead early on. And actually, with two players down, okay, two players just dropped. If they can take down the splashdown, they don't. Sky lands the splashdown. You don't see that every day. And that, are they gonna have enough to pop this Rainmaker?
They're not.
It looks like not. And Sky's probably running low on ink. Just sharking around the corner there. I don't know if they realize Sky.
Oh no, they know.
They reset it. They do take the fight. Sky does fall down there. But damage done. That's what they wanted. They wanted to go that short route, get as many points as they can, and now with the Stingray right down IDK's throat. And with two players going down, this will ultimately end the push for Sous Chef, but this is the position they love to be in, too.
Yeah, in the lead, sitting there, but far from comfortable. You can never be too comfortable when you're talking about a team with the players, the caliber that IDK LOL are presenting.
That's so ridiculous. They were dead. That C-Jet just respawned and immediately got Stingray back.
Yeah, what did I say, man? I said they were totally cool with that idea. So Authentic is going to try to pop Stingray and utilize the support that Stingray got. Is no offense quite as potent as a good defense in my estimation. So Authentic is going to get that kill. The baller might be a little bit of a tougher nut to crack, but definitely might be worth the effort at some point. Authentic will say that it's not now. We are seeing absolutely nothing but purple lasers coming out from the spawn of Sous Chef, and it is just an absolute nightmare to have to deal with, I could imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious that it's build Stingray, fire Stingray. And look, it's already ready once again. It's going to come right back out. And I mean, we sound like broken records. And they're actually going to avoid the Stingray for a little bit here. Okay, here's your window. They're not going to get Stingray for at least the next 5 seconds, you would imagine. PK pushing up here. They do take down Authentic. This is your window. You need to get lead right here if you want to win this game. And they do just that.
They do.
Flip it by. They survive the Stingray and get enough to get the lead. And with 1 minute 30 seconds left to go, all of a sudden you see the C-Jet has to play more aggressive now. You can't just sit back and camp Stingrays. And so there you go. The one window, the 5-second frame they had to get control of this lead. And this might be enough to get a KO here. Honestly, if they can find a way to pop this basket, or pop the Rainmaker, they don't. Pika going down. This will end the push. But there you go. What a response there. I'm speechless because they found a way to survive the Stingray, but it worked out.
Yeah, the Rainmaker is going to reset 90 to 66 on the board right now in favor of IDK, trying to bring this thing to a draw approaching Game 5. And as the Fizzy Bomb I mean, at the very least, it's going to deter your opposition, and I don't know if that's the path that you really want to be taking, especially considering the amount of time that you have to work with. But something worked with IDK's push. There's something to be said about that. That's going to be a trade in the midfield. Excuse me. 3-2 on the map at the moment, and sous chef. It has to happen here, Popgun.
It does, as we see Sky pushing up here. Sky's going to need to find a way to get a few picks. Oh, but Pika coming around and slapping them silly with the ink brush. And that's going to force Barry into an awkward spot as we do see a trade. That trade is going to work out into IDK's favor. Now, they don't have the Stingray to work with, but you don't need it. But, oh, only one player is left alive, and that is the Junior. So they have a little bit of time to work with here. They do need, it's hard to see what's going on in front of the Rainmaker, but 2 players are going down. They're getting all these picks, but they're not really having anything to work, anything to take advantage of this. As we see Sky pushing up there, but ultimately not enough. They got a ton of picks right there, but they just never felt comfortable to get a push going. And ultimately, IDK gets a nice win there.
And that really is the awkwardness of Snapper Canal coming forth, isn't it? Where you do have multiple routes to get in. And yeah, you're right, top fragging all around. The Jet Squelcher Jr. and K-Shot all having 14 splats apiece. But, you know, two in the double digits for the victors as well. But just that's still not enough. Again, that's not what counts on the scoreboard. And it was just that clean, efficient push getting all the way up in through that side area, and it doesn't always work, Popgun, but when it does, it's the result of clean, efficient teamwork. And I mean, they were running like a motor. The fact that they were able to get back up through that little slot on the side and just work themselves right in. It's almost like you're not barreling through. It's almost like when water works its way into circuitry and messes up your team's flow that way. You know what I mean? Like, you're really trying to get into the cogs of the machine and foil up the gears and foil up the contacts. That seemed to be what the plan was in IDK. They pulled it off to perfection.
What they were able to do right there, I think they might have caught on to the fact that as soon as they grabbed the Rainmaker, Stingray was coming out, whether it was a good time to fire Stingray or not. They picked it up right there, and firing Stingray at that time was a mistake. There was so much room they could use to dodge the Stingray, and as soon as they dodged it and it ran out, that was the 5-second window they had to win this game, and they took advantage of that. I think they realized it's now or never here at the 2-minute mark, and they capitalized off of the one mistake that sous chef made that entire game, and that's just a sign of a very experienced team. We're sitting here saying, why are they using that Nautilus? Well, there's a reason we're commentating and not actually playing in this set. These players are very smart and know what they're doing here.
Give yourself some credit. There's a reason why you're playing in high ink. So
that is true. And now we can't dog on the vanilla Nautilus anymore because Baller on this map works out really well, Stu.
For the record, I was never dogging it. I was just trying to figure out what it could give you over anything else. And certainly, Sky is going to be asking a whole lot else of IDK. So if it's going to be 2-2, this is how it's got to be. Then they are more than up to the task and trying to get the lead back on their side. So just a little bit more ink with that curling bomb. Why not? Just send it on its way. Shinex, again, on that vanilla Nautilus. That, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter what model it is. That main weapon is pretty nasty, but yeah, I guess that Bamboozler ain't no joke either.
Oh, and 2 players going down here. That is huge. I'll make that 3. This is going to be a pretty huge push here coming out from Sous Chef.
Oh, yeah.
They got all the players in the right position. They have all the clams they need. They're getting a few picks. They're throwing in clams a little bit at a time just to sustain it open so more players can gather up clams in the middle of the map. And honestly, even though there's 38 remaining, that is a score that they can win with, obviously. But that is a huge push, or that could have been a lot worse, considering they had a lot of right pieces in place there to get a push that could have been even worse than 38 remaining. But now we see the counter push, like we saw the last time the 2 teams played Clam Blitz. As soon as they give up a push, I don't know comes firing right back. But now we're seeing a better defensive effort this time around as 2 players go down. Barry pinning up, keeping everybody back and building up some more specials. So a nice push and even better defense by Sous Chef in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was just that key push. It's not how many you get, it's when you get them. So that 62 points is going to prove invaluable and may very well be good enough to get the win, Pop Gun. But at the same time, as you mentioned, you can never rest on your laurels, especially on a map like Humpback Pump Track, where maybe you do have a few... it's not like Rainmaker, where you have only one real area to just kind of try to push it on through. You have multiple places through which you can score, and Sous Chef certainly trying to demonstrate that. They're trying to cut in on their penalty and will be unsuccessful in their efforts to do so. Shinex getting a double, could very well make it 3 right here, or at the very least get an assist, and that's going to be a barrier breakage. An opportunity presents itself for IDK now, as they are going to try to control the upper area. You want in on the basket, you're going to have to go through this Tri-Slosher. 49 points on the board. Are they able to get more? The baller is going to explode, and it's not going to be enough to get more people back in on the basket. Just a little bit staggered on that final push in. And could that be the difference? The defense at the very end, or just a little bit of a lack of communication there? The Ink Mine is going to come in handy for GTV as it explodes and they're able to find their mark again with that Tri-Slosher. But IDK showing that there's some life left in these Inklings.
Yeah, IDK's in complete control right now. They have mid, they have a lot of clams. They don't have the man advantage just yet, but they do have 2 ink armors to work with as well. So, you know, with 1 minute 30 seconds left to go here, they didn't get lead on that push. They could have, but they didn't. But still, a lot of points. This means the second push that they're about to come out, and the second push that is going to be coming right now as they're about to get a wipe. As I say they are, but it seems like Authentic is having a hard time dying. Does eventually go down there. GTV trying to find a way to gather up clams, and they do get the lead. Just a 1-point lead, however, and that looks like to be the end of the push. And so there's not going to be enough. There's not going to really be a lot in the way of Sous Chef getting the lead right back here. All they're going to do is pop the basket and throw 1 clam in. And they've got 32 clams already with 1 player going down. Missiles coming out. Splash down at the ready as well. Oh, they do make a power clam right underneath the basket. The 2 players are down. Authentic's the last player left alive, and he finds a way to get a clam in. That is going to give them the lead. But look right here. All they're going to do is throw a power clam, and the score is going to be tied, and they're just already at the enemy basket. This is going to be extremely difficult to hold on for Sous Chef.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen them go down already. However, 4-2 on the map. That K-Machine is going off. The machine never breaks, so says Sky, as the Fizzy Bomb is going to pursue the Power Clam even further. And this is down to the last 10 seconds. They do have a Power Clam. We will see overtime, but the numbers are going to have to get back up to Splashdown. Not finding its mark. Still 4-4 on the map. As the push comes in, the wave of blue has started, and the baller I mean, let's never make fun of the baller ever again. This 47 has come through, and there you go. That baller coming through, and the super jump following up. You gotta love it when a plan comes together. 67-64 to end it off, and IDK have sous chefs on the ropes with a quick blow to the face at the very death.
That was a really clutch offensive play and a really smart offensive play. They had one power clam, and that was it was like a 4v2, and they had the power clam, and you saw Team Sous Chef focusing in on that power clam player. Them staying alive was critical. That allowed the ballers to get popped off. You saw Pika coming in with the baller from the ink brush, and you saw Sous Chef shutting down that baller, and they thought, okay, the baller's gone. There's no way they can sneak in here. And then all of a sudden came Shinex from the Vanilla Nautilus baller, bumping into two people from behind, and just creating the space for the jump to come in. So there you go. When it's so hard to hold on to a lead in overtime when all they have to do is pop your basket to get it right back, because then you can just baller in and then just jump to the baller. It's a very hard play to defend, but credit. It could have very easily gone south for IDK if that player didn't survive. I don't know who it was, but they survived just long enough with that power clam for everything else to develop around them, and I believe that gives IDK the 3-2 advantage here heading into Game 6.
Yeah, so the onus all of a sudden is put on Sous Chef, as admirable performances they have put in here tonight. IDK trying to win it right here, and they may well do so at New Albacore Hotel. So we're going to take a look at these compositions. Nothing really changing on either side. That ink brush has been a thorn in the side. Pika doing very well on that ink brush nouveau. But Splat Zone's here, and we talked so much about how this map favors distance, but you're not really seeing a whole lot of range. I mean, the de facto backliner on that on IDK's side has essentially been Nautilus.
Yeah, but we've seen they definitely don't play it like an anchor style for sure. It's very aggressive.
This is quite true, yes.
But again, with the enemy comp being what it is as well, we see them coming out with bamboo instead of something like the fire fin. So it's going to be aggression versus aggression on this very flat and open map. And at least initially, it looks like Sous Chef, who needs to win this game to force a Game 7, will find a way to get a lead here in their first minute, and is in a good position to create a lockout. I don't know if they realize. Oh, they do realize Shinex is over here. You saw the soda bomb. Yeah, the Kinsa machine burying over here, not wanting to get that Nautilus into a position to where they can be comfortable, but instead taking the push right now. Shinex taking down Authentic. Pika coming in from behind to cap the zone. So a nice play there, a nice patient play there by IDK as they cap the zone, but a pretty good lead here, or I should say a decent lead, not a pretty good one, because the penalty points are already done for IDK.
Well, it depends on how you phrase it, I suppose. So it's Sous Chef again, holding on right now. 57-35 is the score, but that is going to be a temporary measure, I assure you. Able to hold on through the 10 missiles, and finds the mark on the Splat as well, as Pika is going to go down to that machine. 3-3 on the map as the junior finds themselves entering a purple inky grave around the midpoint of the match. Is Shinex, they've been putting in quite a lot of work. This is a lot of effort to ask from one person, I do have to say. I know that you're experimenting a lot, but man, they have got to be feeling exhausted at the end of this thing. They do take out Authentic, so it's not like their efforts are going unrewarded, Popgun. Is kind of wonder how long you can make this thing last.
Well, you're going to have to come up with something right now, because the penalty points are going to disappear very quickly for IDK, and they're going to start doing some permanent damage. And the junior player going down, we see Pika creating a distraction. Oh, backing up Sky into a corner there, and does take them down. ultimately, and I don't know if they have enough. They got a junior and a bamboo. I don't know if this is going to be enough to overcome the other team's junior and mini, and it's definitely not when Shinex takes down the bamboo. So the lead will go into IDK, and they are threatening to end this whole tournament right here, Stu.
Yeah, 4-2 on the map. That Bamboozler just spawning back in, and we're down to the last few ticks of the map. IDK can know something for sure. They are your testing ground 6 grand champions. 4-2, the final score. An assertive performance from all teams all around, but at the end of the day, it's all IDK.
You know, it's obviously congratulations to IDK and for sous chef, and it looks like Arctic Moon 4-0 Desire in the third place match.
Wow.
You know, it's when we see two pickup teams playing against each other, you can't really come away at the end of this and be like, okay, what does this mean for this team winning this tournament, or like, what does this mean in terms of the grand scheme of North America Splatoon or anything like that? But instead, what we just saw was two really good pickup teams, two teams made up of really strong players, just go at it for 6 games. And if you had to key in one moment that defined that grand finals set, it would have to be that misfired Stingray on the Rainmaker Canal map in the 5-second window, and the wherewithal and the mindset of IDK to capitalize on that completely turned the whole set around and ultimately got them the win that they needed to propel them with the right kind of momentum to win this whole set.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to dispute that, you know, just considering how well IDK were able to counteract all of sous chef's ideas throughout that match. It is not like they breezed through this just 1, 2, 3, 4, let's go eat. But it's definitely something to be admired. And I mean, what do you want?
1, 2, 3, 4, let's go eat. Is that their chant? Was that their pregame huddle or something?
In my mind now, yes. As soon as you said that, but at the same time, you know, it's you're never going to face anything completely free, especially not at this level of competition. And even though, yeah, these are two pickups going at it, you got to think that both teams, you know, all the players from both teams, coming out of this with a certain level of confidence, feeling that they can take on just about anything. And certainly someone like Shinex, who proved, you know, what that vanilla Nautilus is capable of as well.
And, you know, to all the other teams that played in this, obviously Arctic Moon 4-0ing Desire in the third place match. I wonder what happened there. Maybe sometimes the team doesn't play the third place match, or they go in got the right killer mindset, but a nice win for them there. Definitely a shout out to my buddies and the West Broadway Grillers, finishing 5th after Swiss and making it in the top cut, going up against the team that ultimately won this in IDK on stream. And showed some fights there. You know, some good good things to take away from this tournament here for a lot of teams. Obviously,
well, experimentation is about finding out what works, but it's also about finding out what doesn't work. So perhaps Desire learning something about that tonight. So yeah, something to be said about that. Either way, this has been the 6th edition of Testing Grounds. This has been Inkfarer on production pretty much the entire night. Shout outs to them. It's just an absolute beast of a producer. Follow them on Twitter at Inkfarer. Popgun, what you got going on in your life?
Well, this upcoming Monday on my 22nd episode of the Popcast, we're going to be talking about more reasons why you should hate Nintendo after the NA Open, and a lot of people have been wanting my thoughts on High Ink. So I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to be very blunt about it. I'll actually give you a preview right now. Priority's going to win. But if you want a more in-depth reason into why I think that is, check out the Popcast. It's on Twitch at Popgun25, 12 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm learning how to put that on Spotify, too, because a lot of people have been asking about that. That's beyond my scope of understanding of technology, but I'm going to figure that out as well. But Stu, what's up with you in the coming week?
Well, mostly just going to be commentating as much as I can and streaming as well. So you can follow me on Twitter and Twitch at Stu, the announcer. So that's all we've got going on here. Thanks for watching. Testing Grounds number 6 is a wrap, and we hope that you enjoyed. So from all of us here at Inkling Performance Labs, alongside Pop Gun, I'm Stu, the announcer, saying good night until we meet again. Happy splatting.